начинаю. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Russian State University of Physical Education, Sport, Youth and Tourism, on behalf of the I would like to welcome University of for the opening of the 20th International Scientific and Practical Conference dedicated to the 100th anniversary of Evgeny Chumakov. And the name of the conference, Integration of Science and Sport Practice in Combat Sports. I'm honored to present that this conference has been held for 20 years. And the main goal of such conference is, of course, the anniversary of the very honored and distinguished professor and coach and the great person, Evgeny Chumakov. He dedicated his life and work for our university for 50 years. And now we have his students, PhD students, his friends to celebrate his anniversary. And also such conference, it's a great base for preparing researchers, young scientists in the field of physical education and sport, and particularly in Samba. We will start with the welcome note from Minister of Sports of the Russian Federation, Oleg Vasilievich Matytsin.
Уважаемые коллеги, от имени Министерства спорта Российской Федерации и себя лично приветствую всех участников и организаторов Международной научно-практической конференции, посвященной столетию со дня рождения Евгения Михайловича Чумакова. Вся жизнь этого выдающегося тренера и талантливого ученого была посвящена развитию самбо. Евгений Михайлович, как никто другой, понимал значение и миссию этого вида спорта, который не только закаливает человека физически, но и формирует его характер, воспитывает стойкость, выдержку и упорство в достижении цели. Символично, что в юбилейный год Евгения Михайловича самбо получило право войти в олимпийскую семью. Признание самбо – результат огромной работы и усилий как со стороны Федерации, так и научно-педагогического спортивного сообщества. Конференция, проходящая в память о Евгении Чумакове, является важной площадкой для профессионального общения специалистов по самбо. Сегодня она объединяет молодых и амбициозных ученых из многих стран мира, вносит огромный вклад в развитие международных научных связей в сфере физической культуры и спорта. Уверен, что проведение конференции будет и в дальнейшем способствовать продвижению единоборств, а также популяризации активного, здорового образа жизни среди подрастающего поколения. Желаю участникам мероприятия плодотворной работы, успешного обмена опытом и новых научных открытий на благо российского спорта.
Thank you, Oleg Vasilievich. And we have another honored person to welcome you. It is our rector of our university, Russian State University of Physical Education, Sport, Youth and Tourism, Tamara Viktorovna Mikhailova.
Уважаемые друзья, коллеги, от имени Российского государственного университета физической культуры, спорта, молодежи и туризма я приветствую всех участников юбилейной 20-й международной конференции, которая посвящена замечательному профессору Евгению Михайловичу Чумакову. Я уверена, что эта конференция обещает стать неординарным событием в научно-практической жизни нашего университета. Жаль, конечно, что пандемия внесла свои коррективы и не позволила единомышленникам встретиться лично. Но я уверена, что это ни в коем случае не повлияет на возможность донести до коллег результаты своих научных исследований и обменяться опытом. Университет гордится своими учителями. А значимость Чумакова известна далеко за пределами Российской Федерации. Наш вуз рос и развивался вместе с нашими учителями. Он менял свой статус от института до университета. И это годы упорной работы нашей профессуры, их творческого поиска. Это действительно выдающиеся ученые того времени, которые передали знания и нам, сегодняшнему поколению. Ведь любую историю делают люди, личности. А Евгений Михайлович – это и есть как раз личность. Его ученики достойно продолжают его дело. Самоотдача, верность профессиональному долгу, стремление быть лучшими – это и есть визитная карточка специализации самбо. Поэтому недаром, что самбо влилось в олимпийскую семью. Я этому очень рада. Еще говорил Максим Горький: человек может все, главное, он должен захотеть. А мы с вами хотим сделать нашу с вами профессию престижной, спортивную науку научной, и чтобы мы гордились нашими исследованиями, нашими учениками. И процветал вуз, в том числе кафедра самбо, которая сегодня проводит данную конференцию. Я желаю всем участникам конференции получить сначала удовольствие от встречи с друзьями, поделиться знаниями, и надеюсь, что у нас все с вами получится, как говорил Максим Горький.
Now greeting from the President of International Sambo Federation, Василий Борисович Шестаков.
От лица Международной федерации самбо приветствую всех участников научно-практической конференции молодых ученых. Конференция посвящена замечательному человеку Евгению Михайловичу Чумакову, который нам запомнился как замечательный ученый, тренер, спортсмен и педагог. Сегодняшняя конференция проходит уже в новом статусе. На Олимпийских играх в Токио 21 июля 2021 года Международная федерация самбо получила официальное признание Международного олимпийского комитета. Нам очень приятно осознавать, что на данной конференции, посвященной великому самбисту, представляют участие молодые ученые из разных стран мира и представители различных единоборств. Самбо всегда было и остается открытым для принятия всего нового и прогрессивного, что есть в современной спортивной науке. Мы стремимся укреплять партнерские связи с различными видами единоборств, претворяя в жизнь новый олимпийский девиз «Быстрее, выше, сильнее, вместе». Хочу пожелать всем участникам конференции ярких, запоминающихся докладов и успешной работы. Уверен, что этот научный потенциал послужит дальнейшим фундаментом в развитии самбо.
Thank you very much. I want to introduce our honored jury before we start our working process. Today we have professors and assistant professors of our university and our guest, Patrick Reed, full professor from University of Novi Sad. So we have Сергей Табаков, Марина Удалова, Комова Елена, Patrick Reed, Alexander Varichev, and Natalia Zakhareva. All right, so let us start our conference with the presenting of keynote speakers. We have a wonderful group of professors who is going to tell us lectures for 15 minutes about different sides of sambo, history, methodics, and etc. And our first keynote speaker is Tabakov Sergey. I want to tell a couple of words about him. He is PhD professor, honored coach of Russia. He works at the Department of Theory and Methods of Combat Sport of our university. He is International Sambo Federation Executive Director. And an interesting fact that he was last PhD student that defended his thesis and successfully defended his thesis under the supervision of Evgeny Mikhailovich Chumakov. All right, and the floor is given to our professor, Tabakov Sergey.
Please. Okay. Good morning, dear friends. The topic of my report is Scientific Methodological School of Professor Chumakov, Relay of Generation. In 2021, the sport community celebrates a significant event, the 100th anniversary of the famous sambo specialist in the world, Evgeny Chumakov. Before talking about the scientific heritage, let me say a few words about the hero of the day. Evgeny Chumakov activities are varied. A successful athlete. He was the 4 times champion and 2 times a prize winner of the Soviet Union Sambo Championship. A unique coach. His students were 36 times gold medalists on the Soviet Union Sambo Championships. Along with gold medals, his students took the podium steps 66 times. His students won medals in judo at the Olympic Games, World and the European Championships. An applied scientist. It can be noted that the sporting success of the students was a delight result of his pedagogical experiment for his dissertation work. He prepared 17 candidates of pedagogical science. He was the scientific group head of the Soviet Union national teams in Sambo and Judo about 20 years. A well-known teacher and methodologist. For about 50 years, he worked as a teacher at the Department of Theory and Methods of Combat Sports in the Russian State University of Physical Education and Sports in Moscow. And now a few words about our research. Purpose of the study is to analyze the direction of scientific research connection with Sambo for a period from 1955 to the present time, and to determine the strategy directions of research in the future. Research methods and organization. The study used the analysis of PhD and master dissertation, which were prepared at the Department of Theory and Methods of Combat Sports of our university by experts in Sambo, 49 dissertations in total. Second, proportions of promising areas of scientific research in Sambo based on the results of a questionnaire survey of specialists, 35 people in total. The whole variety of areas of scientific research was formalized in large blocks: technical tactical training, conditioning, mental training, applied training, general uses, refereeing training, teaching aids, health saving technologies, etc. If the scientific research fully corresponded to a certain block, we estimate in as 1 point. If the scientific research more than 1 block, we estimate is as 0.5 point. Proportions of promising areas of scientific research in Sambo based on the result of a questionnaire survey of specialists, 35 people in total, are presented on the table. PhD applicants under the guidance of Professor Chumakov from 1955 to 1997 are presented in the table. These dissertations were not limited to belonging only to Sambo. A number of works were devoted to related areas. In particular, the dissertation of Chionov was devoted to research in Greco-Roman wrestling. The work of Arutunian is weightlifting. Studies by foreign research, Adam Marek from Poland and Vladimir Dzurenda from Slovakia in judo. This characterizes the wide the views of approach of the supervisor. It can be noted the number of the works where carried out the junction of various disciplines is collaboration with such outstanding specialists as Vladimir Farfel, Rutinan dissertation, and Vladimir Zatsiorsky, dissertation by Kulik. Topics of dissertation prepared under the guidance of Professor Chumakov from 1955 to 1997, graphically presented in the figure. It can be noted the dominated direction of researchers led by Evgeny Chumakov was technical and tactical training, general uses of the theory of the combat sports and applied training. A smaller part of the work was devoted to the conditioning of faceless research of mental training was not carried out at the O. Continued the work of the teacher later at the Department of Theory and Methods of Combat Sport. Scientific research was carried out under the guidance of Sergei Tabakov and Nikolai Kulik on the table. The topics of dissertation prepared from 1998 to the present time under the guidance of Sambo University teachers are graphically presented in the figure. As before, the dominant direction is the technical and tactical training of the athletes. I would also like to know the direction of conditioning. During the period, a group of Sambo specialists actively collaborated with the problem laboratory of the Russian State University of Physical Education and Sports, headed by the Professor Viktor Siluyanov. Years of research, which began back in 1996, on local muscle endurance have begun to pay off. The men's national team of Russian, under the leadership of Sergei Yeliseyev in 2000, participating in an experiment, won a record number of medals at the Sambo World Championship, 7 gold and 2 silver out of 9 possible. Based on their research result, 4 PhD dissertations were defined. It is important to know that among the specialists who successfully defined this dissertation, 5 people are coaches of the national teams of the Russian Federation and specialists of the All Russian Sambo Federation. For the first time, a citizen of the People Republic of China defined his dissertation in Sambo. We hope that this will serve as a serious impetus for the promotion in Sambo on the territory of this largest country in the Asia. Applicant's master dissertation from 1998 to the present time under the guidance of Sambo University teachers Sergei Tabakov and Alexander Konakov are presented in the table. Topics of the master dissertation from 1998 to the present time under the guidance of Sambo University teachers are presented in the figure. In contrast to the dissertation in PhD direction, master dissertation had a different focus, general uses, applied aspects, and the mental training. From the number of specialists who work as a coach of national teams, 2 people defined it. Foreign masters are represented by Brazil and the People's Republic of China. We have combined of all scientific research conducted in the areas of PhD and masters from 1998 to the present time. Graphically, this information is presented in the figure. The diagram gives a vivid picture of the fact that different lines of research are organically balanced. To analyze promising area of the scientific research, we evaluated the topics of dissertation that should be defined in the coming years. Information in these uses is presented in the table. The topics of different PhD and master prepared from 1998 to the present are planning to be defined in the coming years under the guidance of Sambo University teachers are presented in this figure. Figure graphically presents the direction of scientific research of dissertation, PhD and masters, prepared and planned to be defined in the near future, since 1955 under the guidance of Sambo University teachers. For the development of promising direction for conducting scientific research of Sambo University teachers of the Russian State University of Physical Education and Sports in the future, it is necessary to focus on the directions of conditioning and mental training of athletes. In conclusion, I would like to say that conference in memory of our dear teacher, Evgeny Chumakov, is taking place of the International Sambo Day. I want to congratulate everyone on this holiday and wish everyone success of their professional activities. Thank you very much for attention.
For such interesting presentation. Our next keynote speaker is Associate Professor of the Department of History and Culture of Japan, Institute of Asian and African Studies at Moscow State University. And he is a great specialist of Sambo history, and it is Алексей Горбылев.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Разрешите запустить демонстрацию экрана? Dear friends, good day. My name is Alexey Gorbylev. I think you know that I'm studying the history of Sambo formation, and in particular, the biography of the true founder of Sambo, Vasily Shepkov. My today's report will also be devoted to the history of Sambo. It's titled The Spiral of Evgeny Chumakov in the context of the development of the methods of studying and polishing the techniques in Japanese Judo and Soviet Sambo in the end of the 19th, middle of the 20th centuries. This year, Sambo wrestlers celebrate the centenary of the birth of an outstanding trainer and theorist of sports training in Sambo, Evgeny Chumakov. So we naturally turn now to the assessment of his contribution to the development of Sambo. One of the outstanding achievements of Chumakov was the development of an exemplary program to teach Sambo techniques, in which the principle of concentric arrangement of the training material was implemented. This program, which is often called Chumakov's spiral, was substantiated in Chumakov's dissertation for the degree of candidate of pedagogical sciences, titled Methods of Studying and Polishing Sambo Wrestling Techniques of 1953, and formed the basis of his famous manual, 100 Lessons of Sambo Wrestling, first published in 1971. In my today's report, I want to place this work by Chumakov into the broader context of Sambo and Judo history in order to get a more complete picture of the base and the environment in which Evgeny Mikhailovich developed his system. For this purpose, I compared the recommended sequences for studying throws in Chumakov's 100 Lessons of Sambo Wrestling of 1971, in Japanese Judo program Gokyo no Waza of 1895, and in the first set of sports techniques for beginners developed by Oshepkov in 1936. In 1950s, analyzing the presentation of teaching material in existing Sambo manuals and programs, Chumakov recorded the dominance of the linear arrangement. In his opinion, this arrangement did not meet the needs of Sambo sports groups. Instead, he put forward the concentric arrangement, which in his opinion was more convenient in organizing the learning process and more effective in organizing the process of polishing the basic arsenal of techniques and mastering the whole variety of techniques, while consolidating their foundations. Chumakov explained the difference between the concentric and linear arrangements in the following way. There are two ways to arrange the educational material, concentric and linear. The concentric arrangement of the program material assumes its repetition in a complicated form at the next stages of training. Linear arrangement means a course structure in which each subsequent part is an uninterrupted continuation of the previous ones. Chumakov proposed to distribute the studied techniques as if in a spiral, so that after a while, the techniques are repeated, but in a new, more complicated form. Chumakov distributed the techniques for studying during the first year of training in Sambo in 7 cycles. In the first cycle, he set the task to familiarize the trainees with the basic actions in Sambo wrestling by teaching the simplest techniques that give the most vivid idea of the basic actions of a wrestler. Thus, the best way to familiarize a student with throws would be to teach him the 4 simplest throws performed as a result of setting a leg as an obstacle, as a result of setting the hip as an obstacle, as a result of a pulling action by the hands without setting obstacles, and as a result of grabbing the legs with the hands. In the second cycle, the techniques that give an idea of the basics of Sambo techniques were studied. In this cycle, writes Chumakov, an idea is given about typical motor structures, that is, about such movements in wrestling which form the basis of a wide variety of techniques. As typical motor structures were taken the most common actions, in particular body drops, by setting a leg as obstacle, foot sweeps, unbalancing techniques by actions of hands, takedowns with leg grabs, leg hooks, throws over the head or circle throws, hip throws, throws with pulling an arm, shoulder throws. In subsequent cycles, these techniques were repeated as typical motor structures. Chumakov drew up an exemplary chart of the sequence for studying techniques during the first year of study. To prepare the chart, he classified all techniques into groups and numbered the techniques within the groups. The techniques were to be studied and polished cycle by cycle, and within each cycle, it was recommended to study first the first numbers of techniques of each group, then the second, etc. When determining the order of studying techniques, Chumakov followed basic principles of pedagogy, which requires proceeding from simple to complex, from known to unknown, from easy to difficult. Chumakov pointed out that his chart is approximate and that the teacher must take into account the physical fitness, the age of his students, the number of lessons per week, and the time allotted for each lesson, the state of the material base, etc. The manual page down. Oh. Sorry. The manual 100 lessons. I cannot make it clearly seen. The manual 100 lessons of Sambo wrestling gives an idea of how Chumakov put his approach into practice. To illustrate this, I have summed up information on the throws taught in the first 20 lessons of the manual in the table 1. Chumakov classified throws into 13 groups. Of the first 20 throws, 6 are related to body drops, 3 to foot sweeps, 3 to unbalancing techniques, 2 to leg hooks, 2 to takedowns with leg grabs, 2 to hip throws, and 2 to throws over the head. Thus, in the first 20 throws, there are techniques of 7 groups out of 13. Technically difficult techniques of other 6 groups did not make it into the first 20 throws. In the course of the pedagogical experiment in 1951 and 1952, Chumakov revealed a greater efficiency of the concentric arrangement in comparison with the standard linear one in studying and polishing Sambo techniques. Later, his concentric program became widely used by Sambo trainers. Chumakov was and still recognized the innovator of concentric techniques arrangement in Sambo. And many still believe that Chumakov was the first to propose concentric arrangement of techniques in teaching wrestling. But in my opinion, the approach was implemented about 6 decades before. In 1895, Kodokan program titled 5 Classes of Throws program, or Gokyo no Waza program. The Gokyo program provided for the sequential study of 42 throws, allowed for the use in free sparrings or randori, distributed in 5 classes. In the first class, it was supposed to study 7 throws, in the second, 7, in the third, 7, in the fourth, 10, and in the fifth, 11. In 1919, in the official Kodokan magazine, Yuko no Katsudo, the authors of Gokyo no Waza described the principles behind the Gokyo program of 1895. The principles were, first, to arrange throws in order of increasing difficulty. Second, to provide familiarity in each training cycle with throws from 5 different classes: Ashiwaza, Tewaza, Koshiwaza, Masutemi-waza, and Yokosutemi-waza, as the program should not allow, quotes following, allow any carrying in the study of the techniques of only one class, since achieving a state of mental and physical freedom requires the study of the techniques of all classes, and since any one-sidedness makes it difficult to achieve victory. The implementation of this idea is shown in table 2. Third principle was to create program which was to ensure the development of the whole body. And fourth principle was to take into account the level of an athlete's fitness and technical level in order to ensure his safety. The Japanese authors explained that they arranged the throws in order of increase of the height from which uke, the throwing partner, was to fall on the floor when subjected to a throw. Summarizing, we can say that the Japanese judo specialists back in 1895 introduced a training program for throws built on the same principles as a spiral chart of Chumakov. It provided for concentric arrangement of material, was built in accordance with the basic principles of pedagogy in order to provide versatile technical training to lay a solid foundation for the formation of a rich arsenal of techniques and promote the harmonious physical development of a wrestler. It seems that Chumakov, during the period of work on his spiral, did not know the Gokyo program. Apparently, he didn't know even the pre-war programs of Ashepkov, who also had used the same concentric approach in training programs for sports crew. We can confirm this by analyzing of the first set of sports techniques for beginners of the so-called freestyle wrestling according to the judo system developed by Ashepkov in 1936. I have summed up information on the throws taught in the program in the table 3. The set includes 20 throws. Ashepkov classified throws into 3 classes in 16 groups. Out of the 20 throws, 14 belong to the class of throws by using a leg as obstacle, including 5 body drops, 3 foot sweeps, 3 leg reaps, 1 leg hook, 1 knee throw, 1 throw over the head with a kick in the stomach. The remaining 6 belong to the hip throws class. 3 of them belong to throws over the back, 2 to hip throws, and 1 to half suplexes. Throws with leg grabs were not included in the set, as well as technically complex throws of pickups, thigh reaps, and scissors groups from the throws by using a leg as obstacle class, and from the windmills and suplexes groups from hip throws class. Out of 20 throws, 14 are found in the Gokyo program of 1895. Of these, 11 are contained in the first 2 classes of Gokyo. Thus, we can conclude that Ashepkov based his set of sports techniques for beginners on the first 2 classes of the Gokyo program of 1895. In what order these 20 throws were to be studied, we have no information. But the fact that the 15 basic throws belong to 9 different groups of 2 classes, and the fact that the set is called the first, which logically implies the existence of at least the second set, indicate that Oshchepkov planned to teach throws in a concentric arrangement and proceeded the same methodological grounds as the authors of 1895 Gorky program and Chumakov. I have compared the distribution by classification groups of 20 throws of Oshchepkov's first set of sports techniques for beginners and the first 20 throws in Chumakov's manual. Table 4 demonstrates a very high degree of overlap between the 2 programs. The research allows us to draw the following conclusions. The work of Chumakov on the development of an exemplary program for teaching sambo techniques built on the principle of concentric arrangement of material proceeded in line with the development of advanced teaching methods used by leading experts in Japan and the USSR in the late of 19th, first half of the 20th centuries. At the same time, Chumakov did not have the opportunity to rely not only on the advanced world experience, but even to fully use the achievements of the Soviet scientific school because of the tragic death of Vasily Oshchepkov, whose name and achievements were obliterated from the history of Sambo then. Death of Oshchepkov had a negative influence on the development of Sambo, slowing down the development of its scientific and methodological foundations. With his death, Soviet specialists lost for 2 decades access to the achievements of the Japanese school of judo and were forced to rediscover what had already been discovered by Japanese specialists. For 1953, the program of studying and polishing sambo techniques proposed by Chumakov was the most detailed and comprehensive in the world. However, this issue is subject to further study, since the issues of the history of development and of methodology of judo and sambo remain extremely poorly developed in our historical and sports science. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for being able to take part in this brilliant conference.
It was a wonderful presentation, very interesting analysis and comparison, and thanks a lot again.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and we're going to move on. Our next speaker is Cristina Casals, and she is a PhD from Department of Physical Education, Spain, and she is an expert in exercise physiology. And an interesting fact that she is a winner of 2015 scientific conference, the same conference that we're conducting here. Okay, so welcoming you as a keynote speaker. So you're given the floor, please.
Hello, my name is Cristina Casals, and I'm presenting this study with Jesus Ponce González. We both are professor of the MOVIT research group from the University of Cádiz in Spain. I would like to say thanks for inviting me, because for me it's a pleasure to come back here some years later, although I'm in a virtual way. In this case, I'm going to present the study entitled Gut Microbiota in Combat Sports, What We Need to Know. Well, firstly, gut microbiota is composed of more than 1,000 billion microorganisms that are classified in at least 1,000 different species of bacteria, fungi, viruses, and yeast. And it's important to note that not all bacteria and not all microorganisms are harmful for humans. Actually, it's very interesting that human microbiome association can be considered a step of integration in evolution, constituting a superorganism. Therefore, we can talk about healthy gut microbiota versus dysbiosis. In this picture, we can see that dysbiosis is characterized by a decrease in the diversity of this gut microbiota. And all this can impact on health and performance because gut microbiota acts as an endocrine organ. Regarding the composition of the gut microbiota, in normal physiological conditions, we have a proportion of firmicutes about 64%. And also we have a bacteroides proportion of 23%. We have to consider a normal difference between individuals, okay? But these two species are one of the most studied. And in obese people, in obesity, we have seen that occurs a dysbiosis. Specifically, the gut microbiota of obese animals and obese humans exhibits a higher firmicute bacteroides ratio compared with normal weight individuals. And all this is not only important for health, but also for performance, because here you can see that this disruption to stable communities may increase the prevalence of pro-inflammatory conditions, immune dysregulation, or nutritional intolerance. And all this is very important for the athletes in competition and also during the training program. One very interesting thing regarding to gut microbiota is its impact on body composition. So here we have a study that was performed in a group of mice with a germ-free condition, okay? All the mice were in similar conditions, age, in, you know, clothes in a cabin, so they have the same diet and the same physical activity. And we have in this study 3 different conditions according to the gut microbiota transfer. So we have a microbiota transfer from a normal weight donor, from obese donors, or from underweight donors, okay? And the results here for me are really interesting and make me study more about nutritional and its interaction with sport, because we can see how this donor modify the body composition of the mice. So the normal condition maintain the same weight, but those mice with obese microbiota transfer increased their body fat, and finally the underweight donors decreased the body weight of the mice. So when we are working with athletes and we want them to increase or decrease their body weight, we know that we can work with the diet by decreasing the calories and that, and with the physical activity, with the calorie intake and calorie burn balance. However, now with these studies, we can think also that apart from diet and physical activity, we can use a microbiota transfer to modify the body composition of elite athletes, for example, elite sambo athletes, okay? So this study were performed in mice, but we have also developed it in human, in the science. So we have ECs, okay, from healthy donors that are processing, and we can select the healthy microbiota of these healthy donors in pills or in a liquid that maybe is a little bit weird, but you can have an intake of the fecal transplant through the mouth directly, okay? This fecal transplant therapy is currently used with medical approach, for example, to improve the immune system in some illness and that. And despite its possible application in sport and performance in modifying the body composition, currently we have not this therapy implemented in elite sport. Another important thing about this topic is the gut-brain axis, okay? That is the bidirectional communication of both organs, gut and brain. And this has been proven to be very important in some illness, but this has also an application to sport. Not only because, for example, we can see here the impact of inflammation or BDNF markers that can be important for brain and that, but also we can see a direct application of this gut microbiota in sport because it can modulate anxiety, depression, or gastrointestinal disorders that are really important in performance and very important for competition in the elite athlete. And also, this gut microbiota can say to your brain if you have higher or lower appetite and obviously the feeding. So again, we can talk about this impact on body composition as we have mentioned it before. We know that in combat sports, there are weight categories and some athletes can perform rapid weight loss with a restriction of foods and liquids, normally followed by an overeating period. And all this can impact on the gut microbiota. This alteration of gut microbiota can impair the recovery period, and also the mentioned gut-brain axis can be altered and lead to overtraining, for example. For that, nutritional recommendations for the restoration of gut microbiota include the increase of the intake of prebiotics and probiotics. Prebiotics are plant fibers that feed the good bacteria that live in your gut, okay? It's like the food of my bacteria. While probiotics are like living microorganisms that we add to our good bacteria in our gut. So we have a microorganisms intake to increase these species in our gut via colonization. And we have also the fecal microbiota transplantation that is similar to a probiotic therapy, but with a higher diversity of species. If we review the studies that are published on Web of Science with the following keywords, okay, that include gut microbiota and performance and sport, we can see that despite all the advantages that have been mentioned and all the possible application to sport, there are only 54 original articles in this database. And in these 44, there are also some animal models and other types of studies that are not so directly to sport. In this review, we have seen that, as it was expected, athletes showed higher gut microbiota diversity than controls. So we can say in 4 studies, okay. So we can say that athletes have a healthier gut microbiota than sedentary people. Moreover, in endurance athletes, ketogenic low carbohydrate high fat diet induces dysbiosis of gut microbiota and impairs performance, specifically fat oxidation and economy tests. However, although these endurance athletes can be negatively affected by this diet, resistance athletes that carry out the high protein, low carbohydrates diet demonstrated a decrease in short chain fatty acid producing commensal bacteria and lower inflammation. Also, the travel period that is usual before competition may result in gut microbiome disruption. So this can be also attended in competition. According to this, several articles have studied the effects of probiotics. Probiotic supplementation have shown to increase athletes' endurance performance through microbiota modulation compared to placebo, facilitating recovery from fatigue. Also in diving athletes, it has shown to improve the performance under high pressure conditions and stressful conditions. So has a very potential role. Also in probiotic of human origin from Olympic weightlifting gold medalists that was used in mice, showing very interesting results with an increase in muscle mass, muscle strength, and endurance performance, and hepatic and muscular glycogen storage and anti-fatigue effect after exercise. However, this study was performed in mice with this probiotic of human origin, but not in humans. It's very interesting, but it has been to be proven also in athletes. And this probiotic supplementation also induced anti-inflammatory and antioxidant protection. Unfortunately, we have only one study in combat sports, although this has promising results. Since in this study, they compare high-level performance athletes with low-level performance athletes, okay? And they show that the high-level athletes showed a higher alpha diversity and beta diversity gut microbiota than lower level athletes. So they can suggest that this microbiota is an important key in performance, in elite performance. They have also selected some species like Parabacteroides and showed a higher metabolic capacity of the gut microbiome than lower level athletes. So these results are very promising, but this has been to study also, for example, in sambo athletes, youth athletes, wrestling, and that to increase the knowledge in this area. Finally, as key points, we can conclude that antibiotics intake negatively impacts on body composition and function of the gut microbiota. High protein diets and supplements may compromise gut microbiota, although we can see contrary results in resistant athletes. So we need specific studies in combat sport athletes because they have a mix in this model, and maybe for this population can be okay a high protein diet and the protein supplements, okay? And these studies are necessary because gut microbiota alters behavior, immunity, and metabolism. Then physical training, prebiotics and probiotics improve gut microbiota diversity and function. And what about physical transplantation? We have not a study at this moment, but it can be also a future research because this is a new research topic in which experimental designs are needed to increase this knowledge. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any doubt or comment, please feel free to write to one of these email accounts. We will be very happy to answer to you. Thank you very much.
Christina, I'm sure you will have a lot of questions and comments because it's a very interesting sphere of research and very promising. We unfortunately don't have time for questions right now, but thank you very much for such wonderful report. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you to you.
Speaker. Christina, you need to do something because we see you on a screen. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, our next keynote speaker is Tatiana Trivik. is an outstanding athlete and wonderful researcher. She is assistant professor of Faculty of Sport and Physical Education, and she is a vice champion of Sambo World Championship. She has 4 European and 4 world medals. So we're going to welcome our keynote speaker, Tatiana Trivich. I'm sorry, Tatiana Trivich.
Dear colleagues, dear professor, good morning. I'm coming from Faculty of Sport and Physical Education, University of Novi Sad. And today I will talk about dehydration, exactly about some specific indicators of dehydration in combat sport. Just a moment. Okay. As you know, water is crucial for human survival, and all biochemical reaction take place in aqueous medium. So total body water is regulated via intracellular and extracellular fluid compartments and through complex homeostatic mechanism. A state of dehydration can be induced through physical activity, and the term of dehydration usually refers to the process of water loss leading toward the state of less than optimal fluid volume or hypohydration. So while majority of research have focused on team sport, athletes participating in all sport are encouraged to develop hydration plans and of course to maintain adequate fluid intake in order to prevent some physiological disturbances. In combat sport in particular, extreme patterns of dehydration can be seen, and the majority of the publication report very high instance of dehydration among combat sport athletes. Prevalence is reported at about 90% on the basis of the increased urine-specific gravidity values. So how we can avoid dehydration? Of course, it's not possible to avoid fluid loss during physical activities, but athletes and the coaches, of course, can do something. Athletes must maintain the fluid deficit at some acceptable level. From the other side, they need to develop fluid replacement strategy and, of course, to watch the sign of dehydration. Combat sport athletes are divided into the weight classes in order to be approximately similar in stature and body mass, and consequently weight cutting has become a common practice among athletes. With sudden and uncontrolled weight loss, athletes try to achieve a competitive advantage. And in that sense, rapid weight loss is usually achieved by a dynamic reduction of extracellular fluid, which can cause numerous health complications. To maintain the body composition or to lose weight rapidly, athletes use several methods. Here you can see some of them. It's high intensity exercise, diets, and hypohydration. However, when the rapid weight loss technique are used, the body mass is lost mainly from the lean mass. It means the body water and muscle substrate, as well as the gastrointestinal context, with very small amount of the body fat. So by applying this method, it is very challenging or maybe impossible to avoid some adverse health effects and performance effects. So now we will talk about some hydration assessment technique. There is no some gold standard for hydration assessment in athletes. However, some hydration assessment technique is using to detect some daily alteration in hydration status. So some of them are bioelectrical impedance analysis, plasma markers, urine markers, salivary flow, and physical sign and symptom of clinical dehydration. For example, fasting morning body mass is a reliable index for hydration, especially when assisted during 3 till 9 days. However, body mass can change over the time due to the muscle hypertrophy, independently of the change in body water or body fat loss. Usually, by the time we are thirsty, we are already dehydrated. The use of body mass measurement in combination with some measure of urine concentration color in the morning allows very simple sensitivity for detecting daily alteration of hydration. Here we can see the chart, and the first 3 numbers or first 3 color mean that the athletes are well hydrated, while the other one means that they are dehydrated and that they need to drink more fluid. We already said that the urine color is a very quick and very simple measure, but also it can be imprecise, especially when we compare to some other measures such as urine osmolarity or urine specific gravity. By some researchers, assessment of the urine specific gravity is the most commonly reported dehydration marker used to detect whole body fluid deficit in Olympic combat athletes. So urine osmolarity is a direct measure of the number of dissolved particles within urine sample, whereas the USG is a measure of the weight of our urine and the particles contained in it. In general, the weight of urine will increase similarly to increase in solute numbers. However, as urine osmolarity is a direct measure of solute concentration, it is often considered to be better reflect some true changes in total body fluid balance. So the requirements for laboratory equipment and expertises in the measurement of urine osmolarity means the less resource intense, that commonly suggested to be comparably valid measure of USG. Fluid loss and physical performance in combat sport. It's well known that the athletes often enter a state of dehydration during physical activity with some consequences such as decreased blood volume, fluid and electrolyte imbalance, and reduced sweating rates. So these consequences negatively, of course, affect the result related to the athlete's physical abilities, cognitive abilities, as well as health. So the evidence suggests that dehydration has a really negative impact on physical performance. While mild dehydration, it's mean less than 2% of the body mass, mainly does not affect the performance, while more significant level, in addition to the limited time to rehydration, can have adverse effects. Unfortunately, combat athletes lose much more than the 2% of the body mass before competition, and it's primarily we are active exercise or passive methods such as sauna or some heated environments. So research also shown that a lot of combat athletes are seriously dehydrated before official weighting and even during the whole day of the competition. Hydration level does not always correlate with the performance. What this means? It can be suggested that the level of adaptation may occur in athletes, especially who are frequently dehydrated during the training or competition. So in some cases, the body can learn to overcome the deficits usually observed in hypohydrated state. Also, dehydration increase blood viscosity as well as hematocrit, and blood parameters can give us some indication of hydration status and blood viscosity. Also, increased hematocrit is shown to influence blood viscosity negatively. So due to this change in this parameter, reduction in performance was observed, especially in combat sport athletes. So acute dehydration may significantly alter electrolyte concentration, which may influence the cell fluid balance, impairing the neuromuscular function. Also, dehydration in combat athletes increase physiological strain, evokes lower energy availability and thermoregulation impairment with some fluctuation of plasma and intracellular electrolytes level. So to conclude, although there is no scientific consensus for assessing athletes' hydration status, using a combination of multiple methods can provide athletes very useful feedback about their hydration status. Also, coaches should familiarize the combat athletes with the associated risk of dehydration and evidence-based methods to, of course, manage them. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Tatiana. Very interesting area, very important. We all need to stay hydrated, and especially athletes. And of course, coaches and athletes should pay attention on their status or level of hydration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next keynote speaker, Doctor of Science, Natalia Zakharyeva. She is a professor of our physiology department of this university, and she is a leading expert in Research Institute of Sport and Sport Medicine. And so she's going to present. Okay.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your invitation. I want to introduce to you our report, features on the functional state and physical qualities of Samba athletes of various sport qualifications. The relevance of our research is the following. Samba wrestling is currently gaining great popularity in Russia and around the whole world. According to the studies conducted over the past decade, the training of Samba athletes have their features of their functional state assessed during various periods of sports training. In modern sports, there is a tendency for constantly increase their requirements for the functional states for the athletes and the characteristic their muscle system. According to the coaches of Russia and Soviet Union, there is a tendency for Samba athletes to increase their technical and tactical skills of Samba that based on the higher functional capabilities of their bodies. Currently, most of the scientific papers that review the physiological, pedagogical aspects of the training of Samba athletes are devoted to work with the higher scale athletes. They have the qualification of the first category, candidate master of sport, master on sport and higher. There is a clear lack of scientific research about Samba athletes' lower level skills. At the present, the Samba sport has development, as we know. However, there are still not many papers and research about the differences between young Samba athletes and adult Samba athletes. So the aim of our research is to determine Samba athletes, different ages and qualifications, their features of their morphofunctional state and physical qualities, to develop model characteristics of their physical fitness based on the data factor analysis. Materials and methods of research: questionnaire, psychophysiological test program, research of temporal features, Karyakin and Agin, URA test, mental performance of a person, consists of 3 steps. Complicated cognitive test, Vladimir Sonkin. Muscle strength by dynamometric method with a muscles effort test. To study the characteristics of postural control, a computer stability analyzer by Stabilan produced rhythm Taganrog. Target test we select in European stance. The heart rate variability study made by using the hardware and software complex Varicart, manufactured Ramena Rizani. According to the recommendations, the measurements were carried out in the morning hours from 9 to 12 in the lying down position in a quiet ventilated room with the standardized condition. The temperature in the room was from 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. An electrocardiogram was recommended after the few-minute rest. Electrocardiograph was recorded in 3 standard position with sampling frequency of 2000. To analyze the data, obtain the following indicators: heart rate, variation range, MX, DMN, stress index, RMSDD. These parameters selected to reflect the total effects of regulation and the contribution of the sympathetic and parasympathetic departments of autonomic regulation of heart rhythm. The indicator of the total power in the spectrum, it is component waves, respiratory waves, LF waves, activity of the sympathetic vasomotor center, and VLF waves, very slow waves, activity of the sympathetic suprasegmental level of regulation, as well as the rotation of vagosympathetic index, LFHF, standard units, and centralization index, as you can see formula in the slide. Mathematical statistic made by Microsoft Excel program in statistical packet data analysis. We calculate arithmetic average and standard deviation by program. To compare the results in all group, we made the reliability of the differences in the mean values of the parameters in the compared samples by one-side Kraskell-Wallace analysis of variance implement. The factor analysis for Samba athletes was held. We made the calculations by the program RStudio, Microsoft Excel. Our research: physiological test made in Russia in Moscow Sports School, Samba #1 Voikovskaya. Connection with the COVID quarantine. Testing held only in April and May 2021. 22 Samba athletes took part in the research. Depending on the athletes' age and qualifications, they were divided into 3 groups. Group first, prepubescent age, 10, 11 years old, 8 people. Second group, puberty age, 13, 14 years old, 8 people. And the third at least youth group, top athletes, about 20 years old, world, European, and prestige international competition champions, 6 people. All Samba wrestling were regular training and participated in competition depending on the levels qualification, international, national, regional, and so on. All studies conducted under standardized condition on a voluntary basis during the hours of physiological sympathicatonia. Young athletes and their parents informed about harmlessness of scientific research and wrote an informed consent. Our results. Table first. Sport history data of Samba athletes of various ages. As you can see, we have statistical differences about age, career, workout, and a number of acute respiratory infections during a year. As you can see, our young Samba athletes in first group and second group have acute respiratory infection during a year 1-2 times a year. And our top sportsmen have acute respiratory infection about 3-4 times a year, more than 50%. This table presents to us the differences in the parameters of vegetative regulation, as you can see. Statistical differences significance level 0.5. As you can see, MX, RMN, and other parameters, prone position reflect the increase in parasympathetic influence in Samba athletes, which reflects the development of fitness, age-related changes of the wave structure, and the spectrum was the prevalence of HH and OLF in prone position, which also indicates the development of fitness with an increase in the late of the training in sports Samba. The maximum degrees of significant differences found by indicators reflecting the activity of the parasympathetic limb. As you can see, RMSDD in the prone position 0.01, which significantly decreases as the training of Samba athletes increase. Our third table presents to us the results of testing of Samba wrestling a significant level of 0.01. As you can see, we have much greater significant level in spirometry parameters, breath volume of inspiration, as you can see in the table. And statistically significant differences at the significance level, we are revealed at a tapping test. As you know, we use 2 variants of tapping tests from 6 steps and from 10 steps. From 6 steps, we marked statistical differences from 1 attempt, and from a tapping test with 10 steps, we mark statistical differences from the 5 step. Stabilimetric test target characterize the quality of balance function of Samba athletes. So when we made our physiological testing, we must say to you that quality of balance function in all 3 groups have very little percent, and it is necessary to correct the training process and to use the physical exercises to correct postural balance in all groups. Our percent is about 30-50%, and it is not so very good. In table 4, we present to you the results of testing of notices that there are no significant differences between the group according to the studied characteristics by using cross-kilolusis criterion. As you can see, we demonstrate the differences with a significant level of 0.5. And psychophysiological tests among them, we marked simple visual motor reaction, attempt 4, as you can see. And then we presented as you know. So we prepare factor analysis, and my say to you present our results of analysis in contribution of factors of the functional state of Samba arenas, table 5. As you can see, the main percent we marked in the parameters which describe to us activity of a regulatory system. For example, mean of average value of RR intervals lying down and X minimum in a lying down position. So we must mark that very high percent in factor analysis. We marked in volume of respiration and in vital lung capacity. As you know, dynamometry tests gives to us from right hands more than 60% in our factor analysis, and from psychophysiological tests, much percent, more than 70% gives us URA test in first step. As you can see, our conclusion, our results shows us all studies of adaptations syndrome and evaluation process and human body when we prefer Samba among different kinds of sports. Our studies emphasize the special importance to study regulatory system of Samba arenas according to the datum determining heart rate variability during cardio-intervallography. The results show us the physical expression access the degree of tension of regulatory system during human adaptation to Samba physical exercises. The method makes it possible to see the changes effectively and in the human body athletes' metabolic, energetic influence, the athletes' mobilization of functional reserves and under stress. A deep information of functional states of Samba athletes made by respiratory patterns formulated under their influence of long-term training, which determines the effectiveness of pulmonary ventilation. We established the age differences in the vital capacity of lung, maximum pulmonary ventilation, respiratory breath volumes in Samba athletes. We have identified the most significant differences to functional states of medicine performance of Samba athletes in URA tests in the first attempt of tests. Among the package of psychophysiological tests, the greatest significance of assessing the functional states of Samba athletes has the test simple visual motor reaction and tapping test. Great importance in assessing the functional state made by dynamometrics tests, evaluating the stress of the muscles in the hands. Unfortunately, the time limit allocated to us when working with athletes during a difficult COVID-19 pandemic period. This term hereby shorted and specified in time for the complex examination athletes did not allow us to do more tests to complete the athletes examination. This is the next our aim in the future. Thank you ever so much, our reference, and thank you ever so much. If you have any question, you may give my email address and we have a scientific discussion.
Professor, very interesting presentation, very practical. I'm sure that you will have questions and remarks, and I'm sure the experts and specialists in Samba will get interested in such research about functional assessment of Samba athletes. Our keynote panel is over. I have a short announcement for all participants. If you need an electronic certificate that you are part of such conference and that you participate, please write your full name, last name, first name. If you have second name, so write all these names in our chat and your electronic email. So full name and mail, write down during the conference in the chat, and our colleagues will get this information and send you a certificate of participation. Now we have a short break for 30 minutes. It's sort of a coffee break, so you can get coffee at home or at your work, as we going to do it. And then we are going to be back to our section work at 12 o'clock. So we'll see you at 12 with your presentation, with your section presentations. Moscow time, exactly. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. So we are ready to continue our conference. I'm going just to remind those members who need confirmation about the participation, a certificate, please write down your full name and your mail here in the chat, and we will get back to you with certification. All right, so let our section starts. Our first presenter is Mate Babic, and he's going to present relative age effect presents among Taekwondo athletes in Youth Olympic Games. And Mate is from Serbia?
From Croatia.
From Croatia. Mate is from Croatia.
Thank
Please.
you. Should I share screen? Yes.
And we
Just
need to see, do you have a presentation that we can see?
Yes. Just a second.
Okay.
Do you maybe see it now?
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it now.
So can I start?
Sure, please.
Thank you. I'm really pleased because of this conference and happy about this cooperation between our scientists. Combat sports are my main research interest. In the last couple of researches, we investigated relative age effect on several large samples of Taekwondo competitors. Today, I will present you research conducted on young Olympic athletes, research called relative age effect presence among Taekwondo athletes in Youth Olympic Games. Okay, what is relative age effect? Relative age is, according to most scientists, phenomenon which occurs in age categorization between children in the same category. For example, cadets or juniors, and they have a year or 2 or even 3 years of difference between two competitors in the same age category. Does it affect Taekwondo competitors? It affects Taekwondo competitors in many ways. Besides categorization, there is also problem in initiation, selection, and really often relative age effect is the reason for talent loss for the children who give up on sports because of that phenomenon. Problems accumulated by relative age effect. Initiation in sports. For example, because large number of kids grow tall at late teenage days, many of them will quit in young cadet age because they are not like others. They are not taller, they are not enough muscular. Selection in particular sport or team. Coaches favorize taller, muscular, bigger athletes in first team, and you can blame it because it's how it's do, but it can lead to reaching limit too soon. Maybe those who are chosen for first team are not such talents as coaches think. Unfair competitions, it affects motivation or demotivation of defeated and smaller ones in competitions, and injustice for retardants or those kids who are late going to be muscular and mature. Injustice based on biological chronological ratio in age in fights where relative age effect occurs. Investigation research is conducted on sample composed of Youth Olympic Games competitors, 100 of them, both male and female, on Youth Olympic Games held in Buenos Aires. Sample was divided into subsamples according to birth date, A, year of birth, 2001, and B, year of birth, 2002. Results were analyzed through non-parametric chi-square Pearson test. Here are some dramatic and, in my opinion, spectacular moments of Youth Olympic Games held in Buenos Aires. Okay, yeah. Second, observed frequencies and expected frequencies for birth date according to year of birth or whole sample of competitors in Youth Olympic Games. Here we can see that 65% of them were older for a year, and there is pretty big level of significance for that. As you can see on this graph, maybe better. Observed frequencies, difference between observed and theoretical frequencies of all competitors. And you can see that older older ones are selected on the teams or that national teams in way bigger ratio than else. I would like to say couple of competitors were born in 2000, and few of them were born in 2003, which is around 3 years of difference between them, and yet they are the same age category, and that is really big problem if you ask me and other scientists, especially and in competitions of high level like that. Conclusion: significant difference in maturity will probably affect not only sport results in competitions, but loss of talents and potential future champions. Coaches around the world should be warned to pay attention on relative age effect. It will improve taekwondo, but other sports too. Conclusions of the research further emphasized the importance of relative age in selection process and development of talented young taekwondo competitors. Future research should be conducted on other elite athletes in different categories or other sports. My master work was about relative age effect too, conducted on cadets in Croatian Taekwondo Championship, and they gave similar results like this research. Plus, we analyzed connection between relative age effect and competition results, which showed that to us statistically significant connection, pretty significant connection. I suggest to all of you to investigate relative age effect among other martial arts, in Sambo, for example, or other sports. Any questions about this presentation?
Thank you, Matej. Yes, I think we have a couple of questions. Marina.
Okay.
It's very surprising how 1 year of age difference can affect the results so dramatically. The question is, what your recommendations are? Should children start practicing earlier? Or how should the selection be done in combat sports?
Second, it was one of my first presentations, so there should be better categorization, age categorization between those years, because that are sensitive ages where there are much of oscillation between biological age, and you can't do much about it because it is genetically how to say it,
determined.
It's genetically yes, and we should make up precisely those age categories so we could reduce amount of relative age effect in that, and that's it. And trainers should be aware of it, and they should consider it relative age effect in their selection. They should you know, better
Okay, thank you. It's understandable, but it's really very important to know how to do it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, question, Professor Drin, please.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I have one small question. What do you mean about, is this problem bigger in the combat sport or in team sport?
I think it's a big problem in every sport, and we have our scientists in our university that investigated other sports like swimming and gymnastics, and it gave very similar results, very similar results. And every sportsman, every coach in every sports should take an attention to this relative age effect, I think.
Also, we have in 1 year children born in the January and children born in December. There is also this difference, but maybe
yes.
It's bigger in a team sport because the coach choose the bigger sportsman for team. In the combat sport, we have a weight category and no too much problem like in the team sport.
Yes.
Thank you, Mate. And the floor is given our next reporter, and it is Juan Coral Perez with the presentation of age differences in oxidative stress and inflammation recoveries from short duration, high intensity intermittent exercise in elite judokers.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction. I'm Juan Coral Perez, PhD student from the University of Cadiz, and I'm honored to present in this 20th International Scientific and Practical Conference. Judo is a dynamic, high-intensity combat sport that requires complex skill and tactical excellence in order to perform at a high level. It combines high-intensity efforts, such as gripping, with short intervals of recovery, and therefore both the anaerobic and aerobic metabolisms play a huge role in performance, both for the high-intensity parts and the recovery between and intermatches. For that reason, all elite athletes are subjected to high-intensity training regimes in order to endure explosive actions and the intermittent efforts of the demanding competitions. However, we know now that strenuous exercise can cause oxidative stress and inflammation, and this is also increased in judo athletes due to the local inflammation and the ischemia perfusion phenomenon. Even though we tend to think that oxidative stress is a bad thing, it's really needed for several physiological and muscle adaptations. However, it is true that if oxidative stress exceeds antioxidant capacity, this could result in impaired muscle strength and overtraining of our athletes. And most important, if our athletes are not able to get to the basal levels of oxidative and inflammatory markers during the periods of time between competitive matches, between 10 and 15 minutes, this could lead to a decreased performance and to our athletes not achieving the respective result. Therefore, oxidative stress and inflammatory responses to exercise might be a useful tool for improving performance and health of elite athletes. However, it's still unknown whether adolescents have a different response, given the fact that their antioxidant system seems to be less efficient and less mature. Therefore, the aim of the present study was to compare the modification or redox status under exercising condition in elite female judo athletes, comparing by age, cadets versus seniors, through selected oxidative stress and inflammatory blood markers before and after 15-minute passive recovery from a short duration, high-intensity intermittent exercise. 29 elite female athletes of all weights from the Spanish national judo team participating in the study. 14 of them were senior division and 15 of them in the cadet division, and we took blood samples from them before and after 15 minutes of doing the special judo fitness test. This blood was centrifugated to get the plasma and the red cells and then stored in a -80 freezer. The special judo test proposed by Sterkovic and previously validated in these athletes consists in the athlete trying to get as many throwing techniques as possible in the test time, 15, 30, and 30 seconds, separated by 10 seconds of recovery periods. And we also measure the heart rate and the lactate concentrations in blood after doing the test. For the lipid peroxidation markers, we measure the lactate hydroperoxides and the concentrations of thiobarbituric acid reactive substance, TBARS, both in plasma using spectrophotometry. For the antioxidants, we measure the levels of retinol and alpha-tocopherol using reverse phase high performance wiki chromatography in plasma, and the catalase activity was measured using spectrophotometry in red cells. Also, we measure pro-inflammatory plasma interleukin-6 and tumor necrosis factor, TNF-alpha, using a kit ELISA, and anti-inflammatory factors of the receptor of these pro-inflammatory factors. We measure the statistic using the Sapir wheel for the normality of distributions and Leven for homocelasticity. And then we did a two-way mix ANOVA with age category as the between subjects variable and the effort moment as the within subjects variable with Bonferroni post hoc. For the intensity markers, we detected no difference between cadets and seniors. So this means that the tests were done both at a maximal effort. For the lipid peroxidation markers, we detected an increase in both athletes in both hydroperoxides and TBARS after doing the test. On the other hand, we detected a decrease in the antioxidants in the concentrations on retinol and alpha-tocopherol after doing the test. However, we did not find any differences for the anti-inflammatory and pro-inflammatory markers. If we look into the age effects, we can see that the seniors have higher levels of lipid peroxidation markers than the cadets in both hydroperoxides and TBARS, only after doing the test. For the antioxidants, we detected that the senior had lower level of retinol concentrations and catalase activity, but this time it was both before and after doing the test. For the pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory factors, we detected that cadets had higher levels of pro-inflammatory factors factors such as the TNF-alpha. However, the receptor of the IL-6 it was also higher. For the H4F effects, we detected that the cadets maintained their lipid peroxidation markers after doing the test. However, we detected an increased lipid peroxidation markers in seniors for both hydroperoxides and TVARs. What this means is they did not achieve to regain their basal oxidative stress level after a 15-minute recovery. And as mentioned in introduction, oxidative stress could lead to muscle fatigue and a worse recovery from competition, and then a decreased performance of athletes. So this is something to take into account. For the antioxidant, we detected that the cadets decreased significantly the retinol concentration in plasma, whereas the seniors maintained their levels. This decrease in plasmatic retinol, which did not occur in senior athletes, could explain the lower levels of oxidative stress shown earlier. This could act like a defense mechanism, mobilizing these antioxidants from plasma to different tissues in order to counteract this oxidative stress. And even though this was unexpected, it had been shown that adolescents with professional training show an adequate antioxidant capacity. For the pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory factors, we only detected a significant change in the receptor of TNF-alpha, with a decrease in the cadets and increase in seniors. This means that despite the lipid peroxidation increases, the exercise did not induce a significant inflammatory response. However, significantly different TNF receptor 1 alpha response showed that cadet athletes also had a slightly better inflammatory response after recovery than seniors. So for the conclusions, we can say that cadets did not increase the lipid peroxidation markers after the FO, consequently showing a better response to exercise compared with the seniors, probably due to a quick mobilization of non-enzymatic antioxidant from plasma to tissues. Also, we emphasize the need of analyzing inflammatory markers in conjunction with the receptors, seeing although some pro-inflammatory markers were more elevated in cadets and in seniors, the receptors were also higher, suggesting a good exercise-induced adaptation. Elite Spanish female judo athlete had normal inflammation and oxidative stress value with no evidence of overtraining. And finally, elite adolescent athlete can perform high-intensity training regimes, presenting even better antioxidant and anti-inflammatory adaptation than seniors, so the intensity, volume of training, and recoveries were in principle adequate. This is the reference used for the presentation, and thank you very much, and open to any questions.
I'm sure
Hello, I'm not quite professional in your area, but I have a specific question about inflammation that you mentioned. What are the clinical manifestations of those inflammations? You mean the rise of temperature or inflammation of joints or some kind of microinflammation after those competitions and fatigue in muscles? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Very interesting question. I will say it's more related to the metabolism part. So higher levels of inflammation, also oxidative stress, impair the muscle metabolism. So mitochondria are not properly working, so we are not recovering from matches, or we have less energy to counter-react or try to counter-react to our opponents' movements. So it's more related to the higher levels of inflammation. Even though it could occur in muscle, it's most important, or at least it's more important in this case, for the metabolism and how the muscles are able to get the energy.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm sorry, I didn't mention that our presenter is from Spain. Okay, thank you. And the floor is given to Lakicevich Nemanja, and this presenter is from Italy. And the topic of the research is nutritional considerations for athletes undergoing rapid weight gain in combat sports.
Okay, can I share my screen now? Okay, just a second. All right, can you see me now?
See your presentation. Yeah, we can see you. Yep.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon to everybody. My name is Nemanja Lakicevic. I'm a third year PhD candidate at the University of Palermo. And today I will talk about rapid weight gain nutrition. So as we all know, combat sports are weight classified in order to give every athlete a fair chance to compete in their given category. But research has repeatedly shown that majority of athletes in combat sports try to exploit the system by engaging in so-called weight cycling or rapid weight loss, to be more precise. So for this reason, combat athletes are frequently called weight cyclers because they have this period of fluctuation, of significant fluctuation in weight. And the number of these events per year is usually determined by the number of competition per year. So this would be a representative of a typical weight cycle. We have athletes who prompt rapid weight loss, which is usually initiated by food and fluid restriction, training in plastic clothing and frequent sauna use to cause dehydration. And then we have official weighting, where actually athletes try to have as little weight as they can to drop 1 or 2 weight categories and try to be dominant in a lower weight category. And then in between weighting and competition, we have a rapid weight gain where athletes try to replenish their fluids and foods and to maximize their advantage over their lighter competitor. Then we have a competition, and then athlete goes back to rest and regular training. So the aim of the present study was threefold. Firstly, we wanted to screen the existing literature on this matter, or rapid weight gain nutrition. Then we wanted to determine crucial aspects of this matter. And then lastly, we wanted to provide practical guidance and offer future perspectives. We use well-known databases to search the literature. We use previously defined search terms. We screened the data from the earliest day possible until October 13th, and then we included both Olympic and non-Olympic combat sports. There were no restrictions on age or gender of the participants. And then, of course, due to the scarcity of the data at this point, we included pretty much any type of the study that's available at this moment. Well, we found that three factors are key in this rapid weight gain phase, and those are rehydration, glycogen restoration, and avoiding gastrointestinal stress that can be associated due to the large intake of foods and fluids in this short time frame. We know there's a very limited amount of carbohydrates or glycogen stored in muscle tissues and also liver. Therefore, this precious energy depot should be addressed very concisely. When it comes to rehydration or recovery from the induced dehydration and rapid weight loss, usually what is recommended is from 120 until 150% of the fluid lost in the rapid weight loss phase. And one of the key points here is to have a large intake of water or some kind of sport drink immediately after weighting. And then additional boluses of water can be intaken regularly later during the rapid weight gain phase. Also, loss of electrolytes through sweat should be addressed as well, because we know electrolytes are very important for the performance and the health overall. And this can be addressed either via sports drinks or salty snacks. When it comes to glycogen restoration, ample amounts of carbs need to be taken in. There's a general recommendation from 5 to 10 grams per kilogram of body weight for athletes, but usually athletes can adjust this amount in order to fit their suits to avoid the gastrointestinal stress. So it can be manipulated. There's a kind of gold standard of about 7.5 grams per kilogram of body weight in this period. What can also help with avoiding gastrointestinal stresses, intake of high glycemic index foods that can promote a faster rate of glycogen rate restoration, and also athletes should avoid large amounts of fat or fiber, as this can impede this process, whereas protein intake along with carbohydrates can facilitate and increase the pace of glycogen restoration. So in the moments before the fight, athletes should kind of refrain from their deeds on nutrition and commit more time to physical and mental preparation. And by this time, ideally, all athletes have already addressed all their nutritional requirements, and they should get ready to compete. So these are the final remarks. Cutting weight is a very a serious issue and has led to lethal consequences in the past. Therefore, athletes should be familiar with the risk associated, and they should be familiar with the best practices used to replenish their glycogen and water and electrolytes. They should continually update and improve their different ways of replenishing their these specific nutrients and fluids. And they should plan ahead and use familiar processes in this rapid weight gain phase. Here are some of my professors and peers who influenced me a lot to work and help me out to conduct this work. I would like to thank Professor Pauli, Professor D'Antona, and Professor Bianco for helping me to conduct the study. Here are the references included, and if you have any questions, I'm open to all the questions you have.
We have a question from Patrick Breed.
Okay.
Manja, thank you for nice presentation. I have one simple question. How do you explain the fact certain numbers of athletes who undergo the serious weight cycling procedure while getting performed for the biggest events like Olympic Games, World Championship, or Continental Championship in the same weight class for almost 10 years and still are the best in the world? That's the first part of question.
Okay. This is a very good question, and I'm guessing there's some kind of adaptation in these athletes because by now they have mastered their ways of cutting weight and then regaining weight in this period. So, or they're physically dominant, because now we see also not just weight classification, but some researchers have also published an idea that striking sports such as boxing, karate, and taekwondo should also be divided also on the height to make fights more equitable. I'm not sure if this is something that's going to be accepted in the past, but this is a very good question, and I guess these athletes have very good nutritionists, sport dietitians, and also other health participants. But also, what's concerning is what happens after retiring from combat sports. If athletes goes these weight cycles for so many times, let's say there are 4 or 5 events per year, and every single time he or she cuts the weight and then regains the weight, I'm not sure. We are now just seeing new studies being published on long-term effects of weight cycling, and I think this is also something that's very important too.
Can be interesting. The second part of question is, do you know some athletes who is won in the more weight class?
Okay, there's a specific issue from
competition.
Yeah, okay. From what I know, there's an interesting case in US wrestling. There's this one elite wrestler, Kyle Dake, who every single year increased his body weight and therefore went up class. Every single year went one class up and won national championship in college in US every single year. So I think this is very interesting. and shows that you can have another approach, not just traditionally practiced rapid weight loss and rapid weight gain, but also that you can maintain your weight and go up as well. So I don't think the weight cycling is the only determinant that will decide who's going to win or lose, but there are also tactical and technical skills, and also proper nutrition, proper training, proper diet, proper sleep, and there are many factors impacting performance.
Thank you, Nemanja.
Thank you, Professor Jed.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next speaker is Tabakova Victoria, Moscow State Linguistic University, Russia. And so she's going to present improvement of theoretical training of physical education specialists on the example of Samba.
Good afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, we can see it now.
May I start? Dear participants, dear colleagues, my name is Victoria Tabakova. I would like to introduce you my report, Improvement of Theoretical Training of Specialists in Physical Education on the example of Samba athletes. Today, society is in need to educate independent and critical thinking people who are able to adapt the constantly changing world. Updating the language training of a university graduate is an important task of higher education. The most useful and in demand are qualified specialists who are fluent in a foreign language, and as a result, they are open for international interaction. According to a number of researchers, for a long time, one of the main tasks of teaching a foreign language in a non-linguistic universities has been teaching students to understand the content of professional-oriented authentic texts. Our research is aimed to improving the training program for specialists in physical education universities and preparing the basis which is associated with the development of communication skills in a foreign language in professional activities, namely Samba. At the end of the 80s of the last century, on the basis of modeling, the development of a new direction in the content of professional higher physical education began. Now, the main thing in the training of specialists is not to transfer of knowledge, but formation of the basis of competences, transfer of universal modes of activity, formation of fundamental ideas about the structure of spheres of activity, transfer of norms and rules for the implementation of professional activities. There is a need to design a model of professional-oriented teaching of foreign language to students of non-linguistic faculties using modern information technologies in conjunction with other means and forms of organizing the educational process, typical for classrooms and extracurricular activities at university. We intend to develop a set of exercises that will include in the training manual for training Samba specialists. The exercises will be developed and selected in addition to the already existing teaching materials in a foreign language in a non-linguistic university and taking into account professional experience in the native language when studying Samba specialization subjects. The materials will include professional Samba terminology, which has already been systemized and analyzed from the point of view of sports in linguistic earlier. Further, students will be able to apply their professional and linguistic knowledge worked out in a foreign language training sessions within the framework of information technology on an internet platform as a part of the online Samba program. In the process of developing this division, we selected the main theoretical approaches that contribute to a more solid assimilation of a foreign language by Samba students, its effective use in future professional activities. First, systematic; second, action-related; third, contextual; fourth, personality-oriented; and fifth, communicative. The essence of the communicative approach lies in the fact that the learning process is a model of the communication process, which will allow Samba specialists to continue their professional activities in a foreign language and in a real professional situation, namely at competitions. If graduates of non-linguistic faculties of universities are proficient in all types of speeches activity, speaking, reading, listening, and writing, then communication skills will reach the required professional level of training. Foreign language communication of graduates of non-linguistic specialists of universities can occur both in official and unofficial forms, in the course of individual and group contacts, in the form of conversations with foreign colleagues, speeches at conferences, when discussing contracts, projects, or writing business letters. The forms and methods of pedagogical interaction are problem forms and methods of teaching. Discussion, project method, presentation, problem tasks, and situations, role plays. A role-playing game is specially created game that makes it possible to perform a specific didactic task hidden for the direct participant behind the game actions, which allows simulating the situation of future professional activities of Samba athletes. The discussion method, as a way of developing communication competence, will allow students not only to effectively practice their speech skills, but also to practice the ability to identify the causes of the situations that have arisen and the ability to find solutions using a language situation against the background of a problem in social cultural sphere. Game teaching methods are an equally productive method of teaching foreign language. In our research, we consider it as important to continue and develop the ideas of Mr. Bondarev that a new look of teaching foreign language reading in a non-linguistic university consists in its active use of the study of a specialty in typical situations of professional communication, so that later the specialist can successfully replenish or improve his professional knowledge without experiencing either a language barrier or a lack of information culture. Teaching foreign languages based only on written texts reduced the communicative capabilities of a language to a passive ability to understand texts created by someone, but not generate speech, and without this, real communication is impossible. We think that students, Samba athletes, need to improve the following dialogical skills and abilities. First, the ability to ask questions of different types. Second, answer the questions posed logically, constantly, and clearly. Third, use various responses in the communication speech. Fourth, use various introductory structures and cliched expressions. And fifth, use various methods of implementing speech functions, such as expressing agreement or disagreement, doubts, certification, or requests. In order to teach Samba athletes a foreign language as a means of communication, it's necessary to create an environment of real communication to establish a connection between teaching foreign languages and life, to actively use foreign language in living natural situations. The goal of teaching Samba athletes a foreign language with an emphasis on the communicative methods is to develop the ability to carry out oral speech communication in a variety of social determined situations. Thank you for your attention. Any questions I would like to answer.
Much. Do we have any questions? Yes, we have a question.
Hello there.
Hello.
I just wanted to ask you, what will you suggest, what kind of schedule or timing for those athletes, Samba athletes, to learn a foreign language? Do you think they should be arranged on a monthly or weekly basis, or when will those athletes have find their time to study a foreign language when they train so hard? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, we think it should be a part of a university study. The students have already a basis of grammatical skills, of language skills, and our part of research is to force this use and to create the platform and they can use this platform while they are having their rest, or after it can be in 1 week, it can be in 1 month. It's not a 5-year study. It's a short program. It's short program, and there is no need to learn many words or to learn many grammatical constructions. They have their sport experience, and they can use it in. Can just use cliches, and they can explain the real situation in a foreign language.
Thank you very much.
I have another question. So we have 4 years for studying at the university. What do you think the best year to introduce this short course for the students in Samba to study these terms?
I think we can try to take it in the 2nd year, but the best way is to introduce it to the 4th year students, because they have their sport experience and they are theoretically prepared, and there is no need to explain them the theoretical aspects. They know already, they have it in their native language, and they can just use words, choose words from the list, and they can explain it in a foreign language. I think it's the 2nd or the 4th year students.
Thank you. We have another question.
Victoria, what's the role of situation game in Samba in future? And what about your opinion? Is it possible to use robot technique in this process?
I think robots can be used, but best way you can't replace the human. You can't replace people, and the robots can't be used. That can be a program, but the situation is changing every time, and you need a life conclusion or a life inclusion in the situation. It can be prepared. It should be in a real life situation. It can be used robots.
Thank you.
Victoria, thank you for a nice presentation. We have new record in question. You show us 4 communication skills, which also important skills for communication. You give us 4. I think one is also very important for communication.
I think the most important is the last to use is speaking, because to understand it's the first step. To write is the second step, and to understand is the third. But to understand written texts is one way, but to understand speaking people is not so easy. It's difficult, but the most difficult is to speak, because it's your oral creative situation. You should speak. You are now in a live situation and there are many circumstances which can influence your grammatic and your understanding. I think the most hard is speaking, because it's you don't have time to think, you should create.
You think good, but thinking skills is also is very important. If you can thinking on English, on Russian, on Serbian, this is very important.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Thank you.
Your presentation is over. Thank you again. And the floor is given to another speaker, Maksimovic Nemanja. He's from Serbia, and he's going to present isokinetic strength profile in Serbian female national samba team.
Good afternoon. My name is Nemanja Maksimovic. I'm from Novi Sad, Serbia. I will talk about isokinetic strength profile in Serbian female national samba team.
Could you please make your screen full? Can you make a full screen so we can just see the one picture and not the, all your pictures on the side? F5, just press F5. Yeah, just press it.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Like other combat sports, Sambo has competition rules that divide athletes into categories based on gender, age, and weight. Weight category is an important factor in determining the morphological difference of Sambo competitors. According to the current rules, there are 7 weight categories for each gender. Sambo training can improve strength, speed, explosiveness, and coordination. Furthermore, it can also increase muscle strength, maximize lean tissue, and minimize body fat. Anthropometric characteristics and maximum strength are essential elements of physical performance in combat sports. Isokinetic dynamometry is a method of testing used in motor rehabilitation, reactivation, muscle strengthening, and in the functional evaluation of the athlete. To evaluate muscle performance in athletes, key variables such as peak torque and mean peak torque at different velocities can be extracted using isokinetic analysis. Isokinetic testing is able to provide valuable information related to asymmetry in strength between the muscle groups, which can potentially cause injury. It is well known that female athletes are more disposed to ACL injury. Following and recording the muscle strength in female Sambo athletes could be of great importance. The sample consisted of 29 female Sambo athletes of Serbian national team. In this slide, you can see the mean age, mean body mass, and mean training experience of participants. Participants trained regularly and were free of injury in the time of testing. Before testing, 15 minutes warm-up was performed. After the warm-up, 5 trials on the isokinetic machine are performed. Testing was performed in concentric mode for the testing speed of 60 degrees per second. All measurements were conducted by the same examiner under the same protocol. 5 maximum voluntary contractions of quadriceps and hamstring muscle groups were measured for each leg. Measured parameters of peak torque for knee flexors and extensors were recorded. Hamstring to quadriceps ratio was calculated by dividing peak torque of hamstring to quadriceps muscle group of the same leg. Descriptive statistic of Sambo athletes are summarized in table 1. The values are presented as mean plus minus standard deviation. Significantly higher values were noted in plus 80 kilos weight category compared to 50, 54, 59, and 65 in terms of KER. Athletes from the heaviest category presented significantly greater KEL compared with athletes belonging to 50, 54, 65 categories. The right knee flexion was significantly higher in plus 80 kilos category, only compared to the athletes of in 54. Relative knee flexion for both legs, KFR and KFL per kilo was higher in lighter participants when athletes of 50 kilo were compared to 80 kilo athletes. P is 0.007 and P 0.036 respectively. As for the hamstring to quadriceps ratio, there was no statistically significant difference. The current study was conducted with an aim to evaluate the peak torque of the knee extensors and flexors. There is a study stating that some athletes often engage in 20 hours of intense training per week, which could easily lead to the development of overtraining syndrome, and in addition, lead to a high risk of developing an injury. Various studies have shown that when athletes try to return to sport after ACL reconstruction, no standardized isokinetic protocol has been developed after ligament reconstruction. Our advice is to pay special attention to the development of the strength of the lower limb muscles in the training process, which is closely related to the medical aspects of Sambo practitioners. Certainly, further studies are needed in the field of isokinetics analysis in professional combat sports. Relatively small number of participants per weight category could be a limitation of our study. The strength of this study was the sample of elite level Serbian Sambo athletes. Sambo coaches should be encouraged to use isokinetic profiles that affect the strength of certain muscle groups and early detection of muscle imbalances in Sambo athletes. Therefore, we recommend the inclusion of isokinetic dynamometry as a diagnostic tool for injury prevention and strength improvement for elite Sambo athletes. Methods for improving strength should be carefully selected and carried out in line with the obtained isokinetic data. Thank you for your attention and questions.
Do we have any questions? Yes, we have a question.
Okay. How do we know that athletes are at a potential risk of knee injuries?
If the strength you have in quadriceps, for example, if you lift 100 kilos weight with quadriceps, you need to pull with hamstring at least 60 kilos or 60%. If you lift less than 60%, then you know that knee is at potential risk of injury. Also, if you have a big difference between two legs, if you have a difference which is more than 10% between two legs, that is also a sign that you are at potential risk of knee injury.
Figure on 20%.
I didn't hear. Can you repeat?
What's happened if you found the difference between two legs more 20%?
Then
We have injury.
we have injury, yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
How often do you need to test your athletes with dynamometry and other measurement to prevent or just to stay alert about injuries?
I think once a year. I think it's enough.
Like before the competition, before the preparatory period, or it can be any time once a year?
Maybe, I think, maybe at the competition period.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, and our next presenter is Malovic Pavle from Montenegro with the topic of somatotype profiles of Montenegrin judokas and karatekas.
Okay, now you can hear me and you can see my presentation, I guess, right? Okay, hello to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today and present my scientific work in the front of you. I'm Pavle Malovic and I'm coming from Montenegro, from Faculty for Sport and Physical Education, and I'm third-year PhD candidate. As you said, my topic for today is somatotype profiles of Montenegrin judokas and karatekas. In many other countries, same situation, I guess, is in mind. The most popular martial arts sports are judo and karate. So basically, judo is high-intensity sport in which high levels of physical and tactical preparation are needed in order to achieve a top competitive result. Same is in karate. It's also it's characterized by shifts of high-intensity effort and periods of lower intensity and the rest during the combat, in which competitors trying to overcome the opponent by using the hits with upper and lower limbs. Also, when we talk about the somatotype, we know that we have the three components: ectomorph, mesomorph, and endomorph component, and it reflects the appearance and gives the meaning of the overall morphological status of the human body. Also, is highly associated with motor efficiency and give us important information which are directly related to success in a particular sport. Also, it plays the decisive role in the success of the martial arts athletes. So it's very important to talk about this topic. Generally, in the sport, same as in the general population, when we talk about the men, they basically belong to mesomorph type, while the woman belongs to endomorph type. And the aim of this research was to determine and analyze the anthropometric characteristics and the somatotype of Montenegrin judokas and karatekas, both gender. We can see on the slide in this table, when we talk about the judo and the red belt, in this study was included the 61 male judo athlete and 29 female judo athlete. They are divided into 7 male and 6 female categories, standardized categories. Also, when we talk about the black belt karate, we can say that 27 male karate athletes and 24 female karate athletes were included in this study, and they're also divided into 5 male and female standardized categories. For the purpose of this study, we are collected the following measurements, anthropometric measurements: body height and mass, triceps, subscapular, supraspinal, and calf skin folds, also breadth of humerus and femur, and girths of arm and calf. The heated Carter method was used to determine the somatotype, and is presented as a somato chart. Also, the all measurements procedure were taken by the same trained technicians. When we talk about the statistics method, one-way ANOVA and 2-key Pasov test was used, and the level of significance was set at 0.05. now we talk about some results of this research, and when it comes with in anthropometric characteristics of male judo and male karate athletes, I present here the only where the differences appeared. So almost in the same variables in male karate athletes, body height, both girths, supraspinal and subscapular skin folds, while in the male judo athletes we have also in the femoral breadth. Somatotype of the male judo athletes, they differed in all three somatotype according to the weight category, while in the male karate athletes no differences were recorded. Regarding the female judo athletes and female karate athletes, almost the same situation as in the male athletes. Body height, both girths, both breadth in the female karate athletes, while in the female judo athletes we have differences in triceps and subscapular skin folds. Female judo athletes differed in the endomorph and ectomorph component when we talk about the somatotype, while the female karate athletes differ only in the mesomorph component relatively to the weight category. When we talk about the anthropometric characteristics and all athletes, when we consider in almost all variables, athletes from higher weight categories have the greater values compared to the athletes who belong to the lighter categories, which is kind of expected and normal. Somatotype of male judo athletes, we can see the somatograph here, and they basically belong to the left upper corner of the somato chart. So some of them are in the balanced mesomorph type. We can see those categories 90, 81, and 73. 100 category endomorphic mesomorph type, and we have extremely endomorphic mesomorph type for the absolute category. But the lightest categories, the 60 and 66, are on the mesomorph ectomorph category. When we talk about the female judo athletes, almost the same situation. Some of them are balanced, 48, 52, 57, 70 on the mesomorph endomorph, extremely mesomorph endomorph for the absolute category, plus 78 kilos, and extreme endomorphic mesomorphs for 78, and we have only one, the 63 category for ectomorph, which turns out to be the ectomorphic mesomorphs body type. When we talk about the male karate athletes, we can see the situation that almost the categories are in the top right corner. 75, 67 categories belongs to ectomorphic mesomorphs type, 84 in the balanced mesomorph, absolute category endomorphic mesomorphs type, and we have 60 category which belongs to mesomorph ectomorph type. And we talk about the female karate athletes, also the different position on the somato chart, 50 category in the endomorphic ectomorphs, 68 balanced mesomorph, 61 mesomorphic endomorphs, and we have 68 plus 68 and 55 on the balanced mesomorph. Next slide is something that will tell us about overall score of all athletes, judo athletes, male and female, when we put all the categories together. Somatotype of judo athletes that we can say on this slide is endomorphic mesomorphs, but for the female is a mesomorph endomorph type. Same for the karate male athletes as for judo male athletes, endomorphic mesomorphs, and karate females belongs to mesomorphic endomorph type. What this means? When we discuss about that, we can first talk something a little bit about the anthropometric characteristics, and can say that situation is almost similar in the previous studies, in which proportional increase in anthropometric values was detected in relation to weight categories. As I said before, for the male judo participants, we said that they belong to endomorphic mesomorphs type, which is coincidence with the results of the previous conducted study, in which authors explained that this body type is most likely the result of the high muscular component among male judokas. When it comes to female judokas, results are similar with other studies, which means that they belong to endomorphic mesomorphs type or mesomorphic endomorphs type. But in this study, they're in the very limited between those two categories, and we can say that they're on the mesomorph endomorph type. About the male karatekas, they turn out to be endomorphic mesomorph type, as I said, and this is a situation in many studies. But in many studies, also authors consider that the endomorph component in karate has better relation with achieving top results. And the best somatotype is mesomorphic ectomorph type, because they need to move fast during the competition and to move easy. Female karatekas belong to mesomorphic endomorph type, as I said, and this is almost the situation in every previous research. I said that since the Botswana is same situation, and in many other studies, the female karatekas have similar rates of those two somatotypes. In conclusion, we can say that this study showed mostly similar results with other studies. Also, as I said, we found one better relation with top achievements. What is like goal for every of us or every athlete. That was in the male karatekas, and this can help coaches or participants including this study to work on it and make their athletes better. Also, this research can be helpful to the coaches to apply their knowledge and skills in the term of preparing their athletes and enhancing their performance from the aspect of the somatotype. As we said, that top results mostly depends on the adequate somatotype of judokas and karatekas according to what category they belong to. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will try to answer it.
Thank you very much.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
I just wanted to ask, are there any specific training patterns that can be used according to this study? I mean, the somatotype of the athletes. Is there any advice that their coaches should give them according to these somatotypes? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Of course, that they're doing something wrong when we talk about male karatekas. So this could be like the warm for them, and to find out what they're doing the wrong. I'm not sure what they are doing the wrong with those athletes, but this can be warned to tell them you're doing something wrong. Okay, now we can talk about the training method and what are you doing with those athletes, and we have to do something different if you want to make them better. So this can be, like I said again, the warn for them to have to do something different in the training program of those athletes. If I answered correctly on your question, if you're satisfied.
Sure, that's okay. Okay, there is no time for specific questions more, but maybe there are other people here that want to ask you something.
Sure.
Pavel, thank you for your very interesting report. But do you investigate the results of Samba and Karate athletes with different somatotypes, sport results?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear very well. Please, could you repeat?
We investigate sport results of Judo and Karate athletes with different somatotypes. Sport results. Who is the winner in competition?
Who is the winner for what?
Između vrhunskih i pobednika i poraženih.
I'm not sure that I get this question. I'm sorry, but
do you found any differences between top level and the sub-elite level athletes? Do you research that or not?
Okay, I told that on this particular research, but no, I didn't research that. I'm sorry because misunderstanding the question. I didn't, but this is the great idea, and I will do that for sure in the future. It should be appear. I mean, this is normal, but I cannot tell you because I didn't do that didn't did it in Montenegro.
I have another question.
Not actually a question, it's a little comment. Since you are doing this research, it might be very interesting to see how different somatic types affect the result. Because athletes are practicing, you distinguished the different types. So the question is, how can the somatic type affect the result of the competitions? So you must have these statistics. It might be interesting. Okay, thank you. Maybe there is no effect.
Should be effect.
Okay.
Should be effect. Previous studies said that there is effect.
Okay, thank you.
Effect no matter what.
Thank you for all you guys, and I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Got us interested. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So our next presenter is Lapayeva Anastasia, Russia, with the topic of some predictors of damage in Sambo and Judo.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
We can hear you, but we don't have the presentation on our screen yet. Just a second.
And now, can you see my presentation?
Yeah, and make it a full screen, please.
Yeah.
F5. Thank you. Yes, now it's everything great.
Okay. Dear jury members and participants of the conference, we present you a report of the topic, some predictors of damage in Sambo and Judo. Despite the abundance of literature, cause-effect relationship between training load, tissue damage, and injury remain fully understood. According to some studies, mechanical stress is a fundamental factor in sport injuries. Damage caused excessive stress happens at the tissue level and is the result of phenomenon of mechanical fatigue. Most of the injuries to the extremities happened during the training time in the throwing phase as a result of direct contact and with joint damage. The occurrence of injuries was associated with training load and the number of injuries with age, the need to lose weight. The mechanism of injury is probably related to throwing and wrestling techniques. Injuries most often occur as a result of a fight, throw, or attempt to throw. We see a need to study the relationship between possible predictors of injury, such as lateral preference, rapid weight loss, technical performance, and athletes' injuries. Objective: identify predictors of injuries received by athletes in Sambo and Judo. For the study were selected methods presented on the picture. We conducted a questionnaire survey of 60 Sambists and judokas of various qualifications with injuries of the upper limbs, shoulder joint, elbow joint, and lower limbs, hip joint, knee joint, and ankle joint. The questionnaire was anonymous and included questions about the possible causes of injuries, the nature of injuries, lateral preference, and the main technical actions of athletes. The study did not take into account differences in gender, age, and weight category. Statistical analysis was performed using Pearson's chi-square test of independence with Yates correction. All athletes announced that they received surgical 45% or conservative treatment 55%. Among the respondents, there were both active athletes, 57%, and those who had already stopped competitive activity, 43%. Also, most of the injuries happened in training, 61.7%. According to the respondents, the main causes of injuries were overtraining, 35%, tiredness, 25%, weakness of ligaments or muscles, 26.6%, as well as rudeness of the part of the enemy, 25%. To a lesser extent, poor warm-up, 15%, rapid weight loss, 13.3%, and low level of logistics, 5%. The athletes also noted other reasons, 18.3%, such as incompetent refereeing, their own mistake, refusal to surrender when the opponent performs a painful hold, and an unfortunate combination of conditions. Injuries mainly happened when wrestling and in a standing position during the athlete's own attack, 25%, defense on standing, 45%, or the opponent's counterattack, 10%. During the fight on the ground, 20% of the athletes were injured. When asked about rapid weight loss for the competition, the respondents answered the following: 1 to 2 kilograms, 10%, 3 to 4 kilograms, 26.6%, 5 to 6 kilograms, 30%, and more than 6 kilograms, 16.6%. Do not carry out, 18.3%. Most of the respondents, 63.3%, did not resort to rapid weight loss during the immediate injury. More than half of athletes reported the presence of pathologies or pain in the lumbar spine, 60%, thoracic spine, 11.6%, sacral spine, 5%, and cervical spine, 21.6%. In addition, 65 periodically got experience pain in the lumbar spine when performing rolls over the back, 38.3%, chair throw, 26.6%, grabbing the legs, 20%, and the meal, 13.3%, and front drop throw at 3%. In addition, most athletes who had in their arsenal of basic technical actions throws with a turn, front drop throw, pick up, throw over the back, throw over the hip, throw over the back from the knees, reported the presence of pain in the lower back. There was no statistically significant relationship between the technique performed and the low back pain. We also found that athletes who corrected body weight were more likely to get injured during competition. More often, injuries were received during training in standing wrestling, but this is not statistically significant. We observed with statistically significant differences that athletes with a right side stance more often injured the right limb, and those with a left-sided one, the left one. Here we eliminated injuries received on the ground, since in this case, the lateral preference is less expressed. No conclusions not to read, because they were noticed during the report. Thanks for attention.
Thank you, Nastya. So we have a couple of questions. Do we have any questions? I think it was so clear for us, but we still have one question.
The results of your research are very impressive and very important. Are you planning to give some recommendations? Because the idea is to avoid injuries. The statistics is well done. How do we improve the situation with injuries in wrestling?
Thank you. This is only part of our dissertation work. this sorry, it's our dissertation, this topic.
To continue, and of course it's the first part which is very important because you have a lot of data and now you can think how to work on this data and how to improve the situation with injuries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for nice presentation. Anastasia, is genetic have correlation with injury?
Sorry, repeat, please.
Is genetic have correlation with injury? What do you think?
Genetic?
Yes.
Genetic? It's my English, sorry. It's important.
It's very important. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. And our next presenter is Novak Hrvoje from Croatia with the presentation of differences between intervention police unit officers, young and older members, in assessing the efficiency and utility of the specialist training saturated with the elements of combat sports. Please. We cannot see you.
Do you hear me?
Now, just a second. Give us a full screen of the presentation, please.
Do you see my screen?
I can see it now, but you're a different presenter. Could you please introduce yourself?
I am Marian Jozic. I am a co-author of this paper, and I will present our scientific paper.
And the sound is really bad.
Sound.
It's not clear. Yeah, could you just fix your microphone?
Okay, I will try.
We can hear the sound, but we cannot define the words. So just try to fix the microphone.
I hope now is better. Hello?
Just a bit better. Could you just work on the microphone?
But I will try to present our presentation. Dear colleagues, allow me to greet you. First of all, thank you for...
I'm sorry, we cannot understand. The thing is that we can hear just a sound, but we cannot understand any words. So we cannot define words. It's just a sound. Maybe we will move to another person to present, and you will have time just to try to work with the microphone and then come back in 5-7 minutes.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so our next presenter is Presnov Nikita. Nikita, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Good, yeah, we can hear you. So Presnov Nikita from Russia with the presentation of indicators of application of I cannot see it. I'm sorry. Just a second. Okay, Nikita, could you announce your the topic?
Yes, of course. First of all, good afternoon. My name is Nikita Presnov. I'm a student of Russian State University of Sports, Tourism and Youth. And wait a minute. Can you see presentation?
See, but it is a conclusion. Give us the beginning of the presentation and the full screen, please.
Yes, you must see it right now.
We see conclusion. The conclusion should be at the end of the research.
Yes, I know, but it must be the first page.
Give us the beginning and press F5 to have a full
Yes, I
screen.
did it already. I don't know why you don't see it.
Go to slideshow.
Mhm. Can you see it now?
Beginning, and could you please F5, press F5 so we can see the full screen.
Yes.
Just start presenting.
Can you see it now?
Can you see F5 at the end of the panel? See where the mouse is? Yeah, here. Can you see the arrow, little arrow? Pars, could you show him the F5? Okay, no, doesn't matter. Just still start.
Can you see my presentation?
Thank you. You may start.
Thank you very much. So my topic is indicators of the usage of varieties of attacks in competitive fights of the strongest saber fencers in the world. The purpose of this research is to assess the differences in the composition of the competitive activity of highly qualified fencers to improve the technical and tactical efficiency of saber fencers. To study the technical and tactical efficiency of fencers in competition conditions, we used a video recording with a future interpretation of the applied methods of fighting. To obtain information about the fights of qualified athletes, we watched the video recordings of the fights and selected the fights of those men and women who entered the top 8 saber fencers at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. The analysis of indicators of technical and tactical readiness among highly qualified saber fencers indicates approximately the same ratio of types of actions in competitive practice. Attacks are the most important fighting methods compared to other actions. The importance of attacking actions in the effectiveness of fights is established as very important. At the same time, the effectiveness of the attacks is not high enough, since only half of the attacks were successful, due to the fact that the volume of attacks was large.
Nikita, I'm sorry. Well, are you going to show presentation? Do you need to do a slideshow? Because we just see the first page of your presentation.
I'm not sure what's wrong, because I'm doing presentation right now and I'm changing slides right now, so you must see.
Well, unfortunately, we don't see it. We just see the first slide.
That's weird. Maybe you will give me a little break so I can figure out what's going on.
Okay, so we will give you a little break, but you will be back after the Mr. Josic. So
very well.
Not next one, but next one. Okay, let me see. Is Boyan Rashkovich here and can present? Just
Allow me to greet you.
Yes, of course. Do you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you. Let's
Just a second, please.
Boyan. Oh, Josic is ready. All right, so we have a little crowd.
Can I present my presentation?
So, okay, let's do Josic. Okay, please start your presentation. We're sorry for this little misunderstanding thing and technical problems. Okay, please start.
Dear colleagues, allow me to greet you. My name is Marijan Jozic. I am from Zagreb. And first of all, thank you for your warm welcome. I will present our scientific paper. The topic is differences between intervention police unit officers, younger and older members, in assessing of the efficiency and utility of the specialized training situated with elements of combat sport. Okay. Members of riot police perform their official tasks on daily, weekly, and monthly basis. They should be well prepared. They should be well equipped, and they should be able to perform their official tasks all around our country. Members of riot police performed their official tasks individually or in groups of differences of number. Readiness of intervention police is very important because situational efficiency depends on many anthropological factors. And the readiness situational efficiency determine the situational efficiency of police officials in stressful situations. I will present the basic tasks of riot police. They maintain public order, they protect public assembly, they are safeguarding at public gathering, sports events and protects, etc. They inspect facilities and premises, they perform ambush and execution of raid, they perform blockade of an area, arrest dangerous felons, they providing assistance and help. Now I will present one element of physical control fault. Elements of combat sport is very important, especially training of police officers. Elements of combat sport are important in specialized police training, in police integral training, and in stressful training. And what is very important, the TONFA also belongs to the martial elements of specific combat elements. Elements of combat sports are also important elements for performing the training of various types of life threatening situations. Various types, that is different groups of combat elements, improve intrinsic motivation of police officers and also improve situational efficiency of police officers in high-risk situations. Various groups of combat elements improve specific skills of police officers, help in life-threatening situations. Combat elements probably improve anthropological characteristics of police officers, mainly all motor abilities, endurance of police officers, their flexibility, and also their cognitive elements. And here we can see also elements of various types elements of combat sport. Members of riot police perform judo holds and throws, physical control holds, elements for overcoming passive and active resistance, defenses against armed attacker, elements for reducing and overcoming various types of resistance, defenses against close hold, defenses against armed attacker, application offensive and defensive elements using TONFA, defenses against the baton, stick, knife attacks, defenses against gun pistol threatening. The aim of our paper is to determine differences in opinions between the two group of police officers. In this paper, we use the next types of variables. First question was about amount of the time spent on specialized training and their professional development. Second question was about using TONFA and its efficiency in stressful situations. Third question was about combat elements, and their improving of performing elements of police authorities. Fourth question was about firearm safety and shooting training. Fifth question is about knowledge and skills acquired through specialized training and their impact of performance in stressful situations during performing executing police authorities. Sample was consisted of two groups, 36 police officers from 26 to 30 years, and the second group, 73 police officers over 40 years. In this table, we can see the results of t-test of independent sample. There are statistically significant differences in all five applied variables. And we can see that there are that members of these two groups differ in all applied variables in all five questions. We can conclude there are statistically significant difference is all five applied variables. Older police officers are usually within their comfort zone because they think they rely on their past exercise and on effects of realized specialized training, which give them a feel of security and self-confidence. That is, they are feel secure and safety. They are settled in their comfort zone, while younger police officers think that they should train more, they should enhance their general physical preparation, they should train more using official firearms in various types of stressful situations. Our specialized training is saturated with elements of combat sports, but younger police officers are thinking that they are not sufficient prepared for application of various types of self-defense during arresting violent suspects, during performing police authorities. And what is very important, a result of this paper can be attributed to the element of combat sport, aerobic and anaerobic exercises, elements of self-defense, elements of physical control holds, elements of firearm training in stressful situations, and also individual and group training in stressful situations. A level of fitness of riot police determine situational efficiency in stressful situations. And because it is very important to provide optimal, adequate specialized training for police officers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Yes, we have a question. Okay.
Yes.
Hi there.
Hi.
What's the retirement age for police officers in Croatia? And the second question is, how often do the police officers have to do their testing in PT?
First question is, it is relatively I think the average is about 50, 52, 55. And second questions, I think I think and I know 2 times per year our police officers should perform their testing, and also we would like to see the level of their anthropological characteristics. While anthropological, various types of anthropological characteristics determine situational efficiency of our police officers.
Thank you so much for your response.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rashkovich Boyan from Serbia. And the presentation is patterns of rapid weight loss in elite and junior Samba athletes.
Hello everyone, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, just a second, please. Can you see my presentation?
Yep, you all set?
Just a second, sorry. Okay, first of all, hello everyone, and I need to say it is my great pleasure to have opportunity to be a part of this scientific conference and present our research. I hope that next time we will be in Moscow next to each other and share our experience live. And like you can see, the topic of our research is patterns of rapid weight loss in elite youth and the junior Sambo athletes. And I will try in next few minutes in short thesis explain the most important things about this our research. First of all, just a few words about this sport. Besides excellent physical shape and technical skills, Sambo athletes must maintain their optimal competitive weight for championships, because Sambo is, like we know, a weight divided sport. There are 10 weight categories for youth and juniors in Sambo competition for each gender. Last year, we have the great opportunity to host elite Sambo athletes from whole world at World Sambo Championship here in Novi Sad, and that led us to determine the most common weight loss methods in Sambo used by athletes. Something about the previous research. Several studies with combat sport athletes have shown that a large number of athletes significantly reduce their body weight a few days before the competitions in attempt to gain some advantage against lighter, smaller, and of course weaker opponent. Studies reveal that nearly 90% of both male and female judo athletes engaged in rapid weight loss before the competition, and this method of weight reduction is defined as a 5% weight loss achieved over 5 to 7 days. In addition to achieving weight loss, the rapid weight loss procedure can cause many health complications that can affect the body acutely and chronically. And an even bigger problem is that some athletes have stated that they perform these methods something about to 10 times a year. Also, we saw that limited research has been conducted on Sambo athletes, and therefore we decided to start with this topic. About study design, the rapid weight loss methods used by Sambo athletes were determined using a questionnaire developed by scientist Artioli. The questionnaire includes 21 items related to personal data, competition level, weight, and diet history, and also, of course, rapid weight loss behavior. Also, the sample consisted of 110 participants. The mean of age was something about 18 years, and Sambo athletes from 14 countries participated in this research. The most sports athletes were from Ukraine, Russia, and France. And all statistical analyses were proceed using the SPSS program. Here is the first table about our result, and first we will say some descriptive parameters. The average sambo experience of the participant was something about 10 years. Almost all participants declared to have won at least one medal at international level, something about 76%. The number of 93 sambo participants declared to have intentionally cut their weight prior to the competition. And in addition, athletes reported performing their first rapid weight loss procedure at age something about 14. Also, the sample declared to cut around 4 kilograms of body weight on average, and usually started doing so 19 days before the competition. And these results show that there were significant gender differences in amount of reduced weight in both absolute and relative terms. Like we can see, the males cut something about 5.8%, but females cut something about 4.9%. Also, females started before to cut weight prior to competition, but men tended to regain more weight than their female counterparts. Here is the table 2, and like we can see, the most common methods used to cut weight rapidly, calculated as the sum of the answers always and sometimes, was gradual dieting, something about 76%, then followed by sauna and skipping meals, also followed by restricted fluids ingestion, which result shows something about 64%. Also, the less common methods adopted were the use of diuretics, something about 70%, diet pills 40%, and vomiting something about 30%. Also, we need to say that with respect to gender differences in the method used for cutting weight, Wilcoxon-Rank-Sum test showed non-significant outcomes for all the rapid weight loss methods. Here is the table 3, where we can see frequency distribution for the persons who are influently rapid weight loss behaviors, and the participants declared that they were very influenced or somehow influenced by their coach, something about 58%. Then they also declared the physical sense dietants were not influential for most athletes, something about 68% and 60% respectively. And also Wilcoxon-Rank-Sum test did not evidence any gender difference among their various figures of influence. For the end, what we can say, a large number of young and junior elite sambo athletes, almost 85 reported intentional weight loss before competition, losing something about 4 kilos. Gradual diet, sauna use, and skipping meals were the most dominant ways to lose weight before the competition, as is the case with elite senior sambo athletes. Also, men tended to lose and regain more weight during rapid weight loss, while women began to lose weight earlier compared to men. Also, the result of this study coincidence with the result presented in the previously conducted rapid weight loss studies in terms of prevalence, size, and methods used by combat sports athletes, particularly sambo, judo, and wrestling. And also we can say, knowing the dangerous consequences of rapid weight loss, alternative methods of sustainable weight loss should be considered and a positive impact on the health of athletes. Overall, the only gender differences, as well as the differences between seniors and juniors, is reflected in the fact that men tended to lose more weight during rapid weight loss, while women began to lose weight earlier compared to men. Also, I need to say thank you for all my colleagues who participated in this research, and also thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Very interesting research. We have some questions.
Research are absolutely impressive, because it turns out that practically every athlete has experienced this rapid weight loss. So could something be done to avoid this problem? Can athletes somehow stabilize their weight and do something not to go to those extreme measures of losing, like in your table, 6 or 7 kilos before the competitions? Because it's really
Yes, I
a
understand.
great health risk. Thank you.
Yes, I understand, and I agree that is the biggest problem also after the sports career with the athletes from combat sports. And moreover, alternative ways to lose weight have been suggested, such as gradual weight loss at a rate of about 1 kilogram per week. Maybe strict regulations also would provide athletes with the most important thing, like is their health, and force participants to fight in real categories, which would lead to much needed change in mitigating the effects of rapid weight loss in combat sports athletes. I think the strict regulation is the best options to maybe found the best options which will bend it to sports to reduce their kilos extremely.
Yeah, we have a couple of questions. I have a question. You mentioned one of the methods of your research, actually the main one, was a questionnaire. It's a very informative questionnaire. Could you please repeat and remind us who created such method?
Yes, of course. That questionnaire was created from scientist Artioli, and I can say in my paper you can found some details about that questionnaire. But that questionnaire includes 21 items related to their personal data, something about their competition level, weight and diet history, and also rapid weight loss behavior, including the source of maybe influence and something like that.
For wrestlers, for combat sport, or can we use it?
That is made for wrestlers, but then also our professor Patrick Grid also used that. For judo, sorry. Also, our professor Patrick Grid used for sambo sports and sambo athletes, and then also we can use that for the youth and juniors categories.
Grid has a question for you also.
Okay, of course.
Bojana, thank you for nice
Thank you.
presentation. Question is, please describe how you collect data for this research.
Yes, of course, all statistically results was proceed by the SPSS program. Descriptive statistics were calculated for...
Understand how you collect data. on the
How collect? Oh, sorry, collect. Yes, of course. We collect the data on our competition, which were held here in Novi Sad, World Championship 2020. And with our colleague from master and bachelor study, we were there in sports hall with sportsmen, and also we have first that paper and that questionnaire just on Portuguese. Then we used to translate that questionnaire on some more 6 languages. And we were there with sportsmen something about 5 or 6 days, and we motivate with some gifts to sport athletes, with some gifts which will collect the more data than without the gifts.
Who is translating Russian?
Who is the translator in Russia? I don't know. Maybe the professor Patrick did, or Tatiana Trivich professor.
Translator, how interesting.
Russian universities. Sergei Tabakov translator.
I'm so sorry. I'm not sure. Thank you, and spasiba to our professor Tabakov.
Much. Thank you, Boyan. We are going to have a short break because we're a bit behind the schedule. Well, let's say we have 10 minutes break, and we'll be back here at 2:15. So now it's 2:05. So in 10 minutes, we will be here again.
Спасибо, and до свидания.
До свидания. All right, so hello again. Our second part of our sections, we have a presenter whose presentation actually failed this late or early afternoon. So we're going to listen to him first, and then according to the program, all presenters will give their presentations. So we have Presnov Nikita from Russia with his research of indicators of application of varieties of attacks in fights at the competitions of the strongest men and women saber fencers in the world. So, and he's going to present from here, from this room.
Hello again. Sorry for this little inconvenience. I'll start right now, not to lose any more time. My topic is indicators of the usage of varieties of attacks in competitive fights of the strongest saber fencers in the world. The purpose of this research is to assess the differences in the composition of the competitive activity of highly qualified fencers to improve the technical and tactical efficiency of saber fencers. To study the technical and tactical efficiency of fencers in competition conditions, we used a video recording with future interpretations of the applied methods of fighting. To obtain information about the fights of qualified athletes, we watched the video recording of the fights and selected the fights of those men and women who entered the top 8 saber fencers at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. The analysis of indicators of technical and tactical efficiency among highly qualified saber fencers indicates approximately the same ratio of types of actions in competitive practice. Attacks are the most important fighting method compared to other actions. The importance of attacking actions in the effectiveness of fights is established as very important. At the same time, the effectiveness of the attacks is not high enough, since only half of the attacks were successful. Due to the fact that the volume of attacks was large, we determined the indicators of the use of types of attacks, taking into account the situational and moment characteristics. Men use basic attacks in the volume of more than 50%, make attacks on preparation less than half, and response attacks are about 17%. Repeated attacks are very rare. The effectiveness of the main attacks by men is almost 55%. The attacks on preparation, 65%. Response attacks have the highest efficiency, 80%. Comparing the data on the use of basic attacks in fencing by men and women, it should be noted that women use basic attacks in approximately the same volumes, but the effectiveness of attacks by women is much lower than by men. Women used attacks on preparation more often than men, but the effectiveness was worse, 55%. Response attacks are used by men and women in approximately the same volumes, but they are used more effectively by men. Repeated attacks were not often used by men and women, so it makes no sense to discuss their success. To evaluate competitive fights by men and women, indicators of the use of types of attacks were determined, which differ in the target and quantitative characteristics of blade movements. During fights, there were much more simple attacks than feint attacks and blade contact attacks. There were very few combined attacks in the fights, so they were not scored. The effectiveness of simple attacks is noted at an average level. Only every second attack is effective. The effectiveness of attacks with feints is fixed at 60%. The rare use of attacks with blade contact explains their high effectiveness by men, 78%. In women, their efficiency is lower, only 68%. It is necessary to pay attention to the use of attacks with feints. These actions were more often used by men than by women. At the same time, attacks with blade contact were used more often by women than by men. Most likely, psychologically, women choose an attacking model and want to protect themselves during their attack, acting with their blade on the opponent's blade. This is necessary because very often during an attack with feints, there is a danger of getting an opponent's counterattack. Men more often prefer to attack with feints and less often with contact on the opponent's blade. As a result of the study, we determined the quantitative and qualitative features of the use of varieties of attacks, the situational and moment characteristics of their implementation, by the target and quantitative characteristics of blade movements by men and women, who entered the top 8 saber fencers at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. The obtained data indicate that it is necessary to increase the level of technical and tactical readiness of athletes. During training, fencers must optimize the ratio of the volumes of varieties of attacking actions and increase their effectiveness in competitive practice. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
Well, I have a remark. It's so hard when you present in one language and your presentation is in another language, because people cannot have this, like points kind of to come back and to see. So it's easier when you do the same question with the same language, either Russian or English.
Thank you. I'll take notes.
Okay. The presentation is really interesting. Well, let's see, how can we ask questions? Do we have any questions? Okay, so no questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is given to our next presenter, Roberta Roklitzer from Serbia. And his presentation is about patterns of rapid weight loss in elite youth and junior Samba athletes.
Nije to.
I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely sorry. Yeah, cardiac remodeling, prevalence in elite judo athletes and healthy controls.
Just a second. Can you see the presentation?
Yes. Can you try to make a full screen?
Yes, I will. Just a second, please.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Well, the same thing. Oh, yes. Yep. We can see it
Okay.
now.
Well, my name is Roberto Roklitzer. I'm a PhD candidate from Faculty of Sport and Physical Education, University of Novi Sad. And the title of my presentation today is Cardiac Remodeling and Prevalence in Elite Judo Athletes and Healthy Controls. So practicing physical exercise has traditionally been related to general health, social and aesthetic benefits of the population. As we all know, there's a lot of its benefits, but from the cardiovascular standpoint, some of the most important are considered to be preventing hypertension, preventing obesity, and lowering the risk of coronary heart disease. Internal and external stressors are constantly affecting the balance of heart muscle functioning. The balance between cardiac stressors and compensatory mechanisms that define the structure, form, and work of the heart muscle is referred to as cardiac remodeling. Therefore, cardiac remodeling is defined as a change in size, shape, and function of the heart muscle. The most important finding in cardiac remodeling is an increase in left ventricular mass. As such a phenomenon is also known as cardiac hypertrophy. Hypertrophied cardiac muscle is characterized by reduced contractility and increased stiffness compared to the normal heart muscle. When the left ventricular mass is adjusted to body surface, it's referred to as left ventricular mass index. So cardiac remodeling is defined as a left ventricular mass index greater than 115 grams per meter squared in men and greater than 95 grams per meter squared in women. Additionally, there is also types of remodeling which include relative wall thickness greater than 0.42. It's visible in concentric types of remodeling. So depending on alterations in left ventricular mass index and relative wall thickness, we basically have 4 structural groups or four types of remodeling. First, we have normal geometry, which is characterized by relative wall thickness and left ventricular mass index, both normal values. It's also referred to as type 1 of remodeling. Next, we have concentric remodeling, which is characterized as increased wall thickness and normal values of left ventricular mass index, which is
also known as type 2 of remodeling. Then we have concentric hypertrophy, which is characterized by both increased relative wall thickness and left ventricular mass index, and is referred to as type 3. Finally, we have eccentric hypertrophy, which is characterized by normal wall thickness, but increased left ventricular mass index, and is referred to as type 4 of remodeling. The aim of this study was to detect the presence and further identify the type of remodeling in elite judokas and healthy control group. So our sample consisted of 12 elite judo athletes, male judo athletes, and 6 healthy non-athletes with a similar body composition. So in order to define the cardiac remodeling and which group the participants belong to, relative wall thickness, left ventricular mass, and left ventricular mass index were examined by performing standard echocardiographic assessment, which has been clinically employed for more than 30 years, and thus presenting one of the most important non-invasive imaging methods. Since participants were chosen according to similar body weight and size, no significant difference in body composition between the groups were observed. So no significant difference in relative wall thickness appeared neither. However, statistical significant difference was visible for left ventricular mass, as greater values were represented in judokas compared to the control group. Also, left ventricular mass index was also significantly higher compared to the controls, with even greater level of significance. Of the total number of athletes, 4 judokas belong to the eccentric hypertrophy type of cardiac remodeling. Other 2 athletes were identified with normal remodeling belonging to type 1. In the control group, normal remodeling was evident for each participant. So the most of the judokas was detected with eccentric hypertrophy type of remodeling, and thus indicating the left ventricular cavity enlargement with no increase in relative wall thickness. So 4 out of 6 judokas presented this shape of left ventricle, which is circled in red. And other 2 judokas and all the participants from the control group presented normal heart geometry, which is circled in green. Left ventricular chamber enlargement was present in previous studies as well. However, those studies were mainly related to endurance sports athletes. The recent study done by Doris and his colleagues investigated left ventricular geometry on a sample of 103 former male athletes. Left ventricular geometry was altered in more than half of the total number of participants. The most prevalent left ventricular remodeling was eccentric hypertrophy, which is in line with our study results. These changes were more present in high intensity sports athletes compared to moderate and low intensity athletes. It is also important to know that various factors can affect heart geometry alterations. There are studies suggesting that age, gender, type of sport, and body size might be the most influential factors. Finally, we can come to a conclusion and say that most of elite judokas presented eccentric hypertrophy of remodeling. Although the sample size of the examining groups was quite small, inclusion of elite athletes certainly highlights the strength of our research. To our knowledge, this is the first study to investigate left ventricular remodeling in elite judokas and healthy counterparts. Further research on a larger sample of elite judokas would definitely be of great interest to fortify our findings. Thank you for your attention. And if you have some questions.
Okay. Yeah, we were about to ask you about that it was only 2 people and it wasn't enough for such conclusion, but you mentioned that you're going to do research in a bigger sample. So we kind of decided not to ask this question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we have a question.
Always question. Roberto, thank you for a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Question is, what do you think? Is this heart enlargement caused by physiological or pathological reason?
First, thank you for the question. This is a pretty interesting question, though. Since the athletes have some extensive training procedures over years and years to become elite athletes, so we can freely say that it's definitely a physiological type of remodeling. This is the one thing. The other thing would be if we think about people who have serious heart issues, they definitely wouldn't be able to perform at elite level. So this is my opinion. They definitely have a physiological type of remodeling.
And the second part of the question, did you describe us this group of elite judokas?
Describe in which way? Sorry.
About result. Is the best judokas or not?
Yes, it's very interesting finding. Yeah, the best judokas out of those, actually the best 4 judokas presented this remodeling. The other two was also good and good competitors, but the best 4 best ranked judokas performed. We examined that left ventricle was larger in those 4, the best 4, let's say.
They won some medals.
Yeah, they have European medals, senior athletes,
and world champion also,
and world champion as well. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Presenter is Christian Slachanac from Croatia.
He couldn't make it today, so I will do the presentation. Nenad Žugaj.
Okay, great. Okay, so the same presentation, I hope.
Same presentation, yes. I am co-author, yes.
Okay.
I will share screen now.
Wonderful. So differences in wrestling quality between World Cup and Olympic Games 2020.
Yeah, you can see it, yeah.
We're about to see it. We can see the presentation, and if you attach it to a full screen, would be wonderful. F5, could you make it a full screen using F5 button? Yes, wonderful, thank you.
Yes. Super. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Nenad Žugaj, Faculty of Kinesiology, University of Zagreb, and I'm PhD student. So we did research about differences in wrestling quality between World Cup and Olympic Games 2020. In wrestling and of course in other Olympic sports, Olympic Games, World Championships, and World Cup are the biggest and most important competitions. And changes of the wrestling rules during the past years enabled a significant increasing of wrestling quality. Wrestling quality is points per minute at Olympic Games, especially in Greco-Roman style. So we in this study we do all 3 Olympic wrestling styles. They were analyzed: the Greco-Roman style, the freestyles, and women wrestling at the World Cup and Olympic Games. In total, achieved points per minute. It's called wrestling quality. So you know, pandemic COVID was, and World Championships was cancelled, and only World Cup, which was held in Belgrade 2020, was only relevant competition, and it brings quality wrestlers. And of course, Olympic Games held in Tokyo 2021. And we did it chi-square test was applied to test differences between the World Cup in Belgrade and the Olympic Games Tokyo in wrestling quality. So in this table, you can see descriptive statistics. in all freestyles, Greco-Roman freestyles and women wrestling, in World Cup and Olympic Games. And of course, you can see a total number of matches, total points, total number of points, total time of all matches, points per matches, and most important is wrestling quality. It's standardized, so we can compare from all three styles. The next table, you can see that chi-square test confirmed statistically significant differences between the World Cup and Olympic Games. Quality in, you can see wrestling quality in Greco-Roman in Olympic Games. It was 1.31 points per minute, which is lower than the World Cup and lower than previous Olympic Games and championships 2018, European Championships 2018 till 2020. So the values below 5 points per minute can be considered not good enough. That means that there are not many points in Greco-Roman wrestling if we compare it with freestyles and women wrestling. And maybe one of the reason of these significant differences can be technical superiority in freestyles and women wrestling. It's the same, it's 10 points, and in Greco-Roman style is 8 points. So our conclusion, we can say that findings this paper indicate statistically significant differences between World Cup and Olympic Games in all freestyles, in Greco-Roman freestyles and women wrestling. And to improve competition performance, it would be needed to continuously carry out a notational analysis and conduct further research, including technical and tactical variables in standing and parterre position, as well as their time execution, which will be helpful for wrestlers' preparation for highest level competition and bring to better wrestling quality and highest level competition. So thanks for attention. If you have a question, of course, I'm here.
Thank you very much. I think we have a couple of questions.
Question. Excuse our ignorance. Could you please tell us what chi-square test is?
It's a frequency test. In Croatian is a Hi quadrat test. Maybe it's maybe you know like that. It's a observed and expected frequency.
Okay, we have another question.
Canceled the World Championship in Belgrade, do you know? Because organizer was ready for competition.
I didn't hear, but you ask why is canceled?
Yes, why is canceled World Championship in Belgrade? Because organizer ready for competition.
They were ready, but government and they forbid it, canceled because of COVID. They go up with the sick.
Answer. Government is ready also, but UWW, American Wrestling Federation, not ready for competition. That's the reason.
Okay. I'm not in technical committee yet.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Juhai.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, our next presenter is Nikola Starchevich, Croatia, with the research is the wrestler who scores the first point, the winner of the match.
Nikola Starchevich.
Nikola Starchevich, can you hear us?
Here.
Nikola, we can see you, but there's no sound. And we will come back to Nikola Starchevich in a while. Can our next presenter be ready? It is Mao Wenze, China. Can you hear us? Can you respond? Okay, good.
Can you hear my voice? Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Start.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please start.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Mao Wenjie, and the topic of my thesis is research on the crouch lifting in Chinese wrestling. Chinese wrestling is a traditional Chinese sport with a long history. Chinese wrestling is a typical standing wrestling. In competitive, you can score as long as the opponent third point, except the feet touch the ground. Therefore, Chinese wrestling have a fast pace and pay more attention to the flexible use of skills. The crouch lifting is one of the key techniques in Chinese wrestling. It's flexible first and the considered characteristic load it have a higher usage rate and higher scoring rate. Is pay attention to the combination of the technical and the footwork. It's pay attention to the continuous of the movements and the use of the fake movements. The following is the crouch lifting. In the confrontation of the Chinese wrestling, according to the timing, position, mass, and the other factors, crouch lifting has a detailed technical classification. Let's take the catch the back collar drill and the crouch lifting as an example. When you grab the opponent's back collar with your left hand, you can pull away the opponent's defensive left arm with your right hand and drill the hand and the shoulder into the opponent's left rib to use the crouch lifting. The same is true for the right hand. But we can roughly divide it to the single leg crouch lifting, double leg crouch lifting, and other crouch lifting. The core of the crouch lifting is to be flexible and make a corresponding adjustment according to the different scenarios. The combination of the sequential action and the use of the fake movements are also the key for crouch lifting. By combining the scenarios action when the opponent reveals the flows or at the right time to use, defensively use the crouch lifting. When you take the initiative to attack, you can also use the fake movement to move the opponent's center of the gravity, or induce the opponent to create condition for yourself to use the crouch lifting. The crouch lifting is a relative fast and has a high success rate. At the same time, it's easy to be suppressed by the opponent if used improperly. So the hard and the character training is needed. First of all, the athletes must the essential of the moment and solve the single parties of the proficient moment. Then two people cooperate with each other for training. And then the companies gradually increase the different resistance action to simulate actual combat. Of course, the anti-coaching leg exams is also needed. This is a practical situation that compares of the crouch lifting technique in 20 events of the 14th game of the People's Republic of China. Also, the usage rate of the crouch lifting is not very high like the kick. Its success rate is very high. It's maybe due to its rapid action and the strong concealment make it difficult for the opponent to prevent. In the use of the crouch lifting, the use rate of the double-legged crouch lifting is higher than that of the single-legged. It's maybe because the crouch lifting, double-legged crouch lifting can destroy the other center of the gravity more directly. In summary, the Chinese wrestling is a typical standing wrestling. Is pay more attention to the flexible use of the skill. The same is for the crouch lifting. The link between the sequential action and the use of the fake movements are also the key to the success of the crouch lifting. We should gradually strengthen the confrontation on the basic of the stable movement and finally perfect this technique in actual combat. Of course, the anti-crouch leg exercise is needed because of the crouch lifting can quickly destroy the opponent's center of gravity. It has a high usage rate and the scoring rate in the game. Thanks for watching.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation about type of wrestling. What does it look like, or what is it like compared to other combat sports? Which one is close to this kind of wrestling? Is it sambo or judo? Can we compare this sport to other sports, to other wrestling, to other combat sports? And what is the closest one?
Okay, it's good question. I thought the Chinese wrestling is a unique wrestling. It's not like the sambo, judo, or other wrestling. It's a typical standing wrestling. As I said, when the opponent accepts the feet touch the ground, you can score. But the sambo or judo or other wrestling, you can go ahead, you can go on the ground, but in Chinese wrestling, that's all. I think the ground technique is most different. I solved. So the I solved the Chinese wrestling is more flexible and flow is more pay more attention to the flexible skill, and the sambo judo pay more attention to the skill, and is the power is the most part of the training. I solved that's what I thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Do we have any other questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Is Nikola Starchevich, are you great? Can you try again to present?
Yes, do you hear me now?
Yes, wonderfully. Great.
Yeah, great.
Give us your presentation and we all set to go.
Yes, great, great. You see my presentation now?
See your presentation. Could you try to make a full screen?
Yes, I do that. Everything okay now?
You press button F5.
Everything okay now?
No, we don't have a full screen yet.
Oh. I will try once again. Is everything okay?
Okay. Yeah. Just we can handle that. That's okay. Just start presenting. Okay, Nicola, start presenting. No sound. I think it's a technical problem.
Now is everything okay?
Yes, now is everything okay, but bring the presentation back to the
screen. Okay. I'm first time on this, so.
That's absolutely fine. All right, just start presenting.
Okay, my name is Nikola Starchevich. I'm from Croatia. Earlier I work on faculty like assistant on subject wrestling, and from 2018 until Olympic Games in Tokyo, I was national head coach of Croatian team, senior Greco-Roman. In that period, I have 2 bronze medalists at Senior European Championship in Bucharest 2019 and in Warsaw 2021, 5th place on World Championship in Budapest 2018, and 5th and 8th place on Olympic Games in Tokyo. And I'm Master of Kinesiology and assistant on the subject of wrestling. As you know, wrestling is individual sport where fighters are divided into weight categories with the goal of equal combat, where lightweight fighters fight with lightweight, medium fight with medium, and heavyweight fight with heavyweight wrestlers. The goal of wrestling is to emphasize their technical, tactical, and physiological abilities as a key component of performance. I put these pictures in this presentation because my brother was in Rio in category 75. He fight with your Roman Lasso. He's the very, very popular sportsman in Russia, and he has
in on that Olympic Games, very specific fight in semi-final with Božo Starčević, when Božo do some move what referee have some discutable decision. So it was very specific for us, and it was our first attempt on for Olympic medal in semi-final. Until in country Yugoslavia, we have a lot of fights for medals, but in modern history, Croatia, this was very close to medal. Okay, methods in this research is 272 top wrestlers in 136 fights. There was 31 countries on Olympic Games and 116 wrestlers. That was the sample. Procedures, we have 3 experts. We do some video analysis, notation analysis, and we have Cohen-Kappa coefficient 0.95.
We cannot hear you. And your presentation is froze at the slide procedure. Paula, can you hear us? Okay, we need to move on. Todorovich Nikola, if you are here, you can start your presentation.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. I hope that I will have more luck than at previous Nikola.
Okay, okay, try. Maybe you will be successful in this case. So
Maybe.
Todorovich Nikola from Serbia with a presentation, potential role of GAA in combat sport.
Yes, of course. I hope that you can see my presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is Nikola Todorovich. I'm the PhD student on Faculty of Sport and Physical Education in Novi Sad. And I'm very honored today to present my research titled the GAA as a novel supplement in combat sport in front of such a knowledgeable audience. But before I start any talk about the supplementation, I just want to have a quick view to the demands of the combat sport. Nowadays, sport activities demands high levels of strength and power. Combat sport activities can be characterized as a combination of short bursts of high-intensity actions, interspersed by lower intensity actions. So, as we can see in the figure on the right, we have average fighter characteristics. Our average fighter needs to possess high levels of strength, power, and endurance in mission to be successful in the fights. Now we came to the creatine. It is important, and I will explain why. Creatine is a derivative of amino acid glycine and is naturally synthesized in our body, primarily in the liver and in smaller quantities in kidneys and pancreas. As we can see, Creatine is naturally synthesized in our body, so endogenously by the arginine and glycine with enzyme reaction, as you can see in the right figure. Arginine glycine amidinotransferase, or AGAT. It is formed GAA and ornithine. GAA is shortening for the guanidinoacetic acid. So GAA, after that, through the process called guanidino acid methyltransferase, is transferred to creatine, and after that taken into the blood via creatine transporter 1 into the cell, and it produces energy. If we write the creatine in the PubMed, we will find more than 63,000 of research, and more than 2,000 research only this year. Creatine is widely used, both in general and clinical population, but also in athletic population. As we can see, it can be official for a lot of diseases, such as sarcopenia, chronic heart failure, Huntington disease, or some enzyme deficiencies. But on the other side, it is important that it's very effective in sports. As we can see by the research of International Society of Sport Nutrition, position 10, by Kreider and colleagues, there is very strong evidence about creatine and his capabilities to increase strength, muscle size and lean mass, speed and power. Single shot bolt of high intensity activity also enhance recovery, and repeated boost of high intensity activity. So creatine is very useful for the athletes. But why there is only a few research of creatine in combat sport? During preparation for this presentation and also for this work, I only find 3 or 4 studies that evaluated the effectiveness of creatine in combat sports. And I start to wonder why. And can we somehow improve this creatine? The answer is we will find out. Basics of GAA. GAA is guanidinoacetic acid. It is naturally occurring amino acid that acts as a direct precursor of creatine and currently is under examination as a novel dietary supplement. As we can see, GAA is basically the creatine, but little bit improved. GAA have multiple effects on as antioxidants, pro-oxidants, arginine replacement, creatine precursor, and so on. But the main difference, very important here to note, is that creatine can enter the cell only by creatine transporter 1, while the GAA have 4 axes to entering the cell through creatine transporter 1, GET1, tau transporter 1, tau transporter, and passive diffusion. So it can enter the cells in more ways than creatine can, and because of that, maybe he have some advanced characteristics on athlete's performance. And let's see that. In this mini review, we include 6 studies that related with human population, mostly young men from 80 to 30 years old, and we combined, a researcher combined the GAA or with creatine, or GAA alone, or GAA with some methyl donors. 2 studies of those, all of those studies evaluated the effects of exercise performance, while other 4 studies evaluated the safetiness and administration protocols. So what the results told us? Effects of GAA on exercise performance. The results shown that the GAA creatine mixture is more effective than creatine alone for improving strength and power in muscle groups with lower initial strength. Why is this important to combat athletes? For example, if we are boxer, we want for our arms to be stronger so we can have a stronger punch, or for the throwing in wrestling. It's very important to have strong upper body, and GAA enables that. Also, in addition, GAA results in less weight gain than creatine administration. Creatine increases weight gain due to osmosis, approximately by 0.5 to 2 kilograms. And these capabilities of creatine is often considered as a side effect. However, GAA have smaller osmosis and polarization than the creatine, and appears to repeal this event. And this is important for combat sport athletes. If I am the athlete and have 70 kilos and I gain 2 more kilos because of the creatine, I must cut 2 kilos just because the creatine, and that is something that I don't want, because the rapid weight loss is very dangerous, and it's one of the biggest problems, as my colleague Bojan presented in his presentation. Also, GAA supplementation can improve upper body muscular fitness up to 25%. So if the GAA is so powerful supplement, why we don't know so much about GAA? The question is, it is a novel supplement and the safety and administration protocols are still under examination. In this review, 4 studies evaluated the administration protocols of GAA supplementation. As we can see in figure on the right, through the process when we form the creatine through GAA methyltransferase, we receive S-adenosine homocysteine. Homocysteine is also amino acid, but high homocysteine levels for elevated period and longer period could risk potential risk for dementia, heart disease, strokes, or cardiovascular disease. The physiological range for homocysteine is from 5 to 15 millimoles per liter. The lower doses, for example, of GAA supplementation, based on all of research that we review, find that 2 grams or lower dose of GAA do not produce homocysteine above these physiological borders. Also, GAA in combination, as we can see on the figure right, in combination with vitamin B12 or with some methyl donors, do not in that way they effectively suppress hyperhomocysteinemia. In terms of safety, based on these researchers, if we consume the GAA in this lower dosage, it is acceptably low side effects expected for homocysteine. In the end, let's summarize all we said in these few minutes. GAA increased brain creatine. It is very important for decision making in the combat sport. Also, it is improved the characteristic of creatine because creatine cannot assess blood-brain barrier, but GAA somehow can. Also improves weaker muscle groups, usually our body. If I'm the fighter, yes, it's very important for the athletes to be healthy. That is the most important question, and weight gains. All available and could increase performance in combat sport. In Dostoevsky, power is given not only to those who dare to lower themselves and pick it up, only one thing matters. One thing, be able to that. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Was GAA.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please? Because I have internet problems.
Repeat it, please. I didn't hear.
I didn't hear the question because I have some problems with the internet.
Right. Oh, just give us a definition of GAA supplement. It's a what?
GAA is the direct precursor of creatine. So basically, in the creatine synthesis in our body, like we have, for example, carnosine and beta-alanine. Beta-alanine is the precursor of creatine. So GAA is basically what made the creatine after the process through the guanidino acid methyltransferase. GAA is added with other metal groups and form the creatine inside our bodies.
A supplement that we can use, and is it a nature-made or chemistry-made thing?
Basically, all the supplements are chemistry-made, but it is also, we have the as the basics of creatine in all the creatine supplements, or in meat we have creatine, and inside of creatine there is GAA. So basically, yes, it's natural, but is of course chemically provided in the laboratories.
Thank you.
No.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, we have a question.
Nicola, thanks for nice presentation. What amount of GAA you recommend to professional sambo athletes on daily basis?
It is a very nice question. Thank you, Professor. About the dose, depends about the weight. For example, if athletes have 100 kilos, a dosage of 2 to 3 grams per day would be suitable. But for the female athletes, maybe lower doses. In this research, we found that 2 grams or lower dose per day, it will be okay and safe to use and effective.
Second part of question, what happens with homocysteine in the first days when you start use GAA?
Homocysteine, but after that there is just a big peak in the beginning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is Wolska Beata from Poland with the research of competition of women and men during the Olympic Games at the World Championship in Judo with regard to current sports and judo's rules.
Hello, can you see my pulpit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to present the results of observation prepared together with Professor Marek Adam and Barbara Solecka. Professor Marek Adam was one of the students of Professor Evgeny Mikhailovich-Chumakov, and Professor Marek Adam sent the best wishes to the conference organizers and all participants. So our topic is competition of women and men during the Olympic Games and the World Championship in Judo with regard to current sports and judge rules. Okay. Another modification of judo rules introduced in 2018 allows to end a sport fight only by using one of the techniques assessed for ippon or vasari, or in the event of disqualification, it means hansekumake, of one of the competitors. Previous additional assessments of the effectiveness of the techniques performed, like Koka and Yuko, have been withdrawn, but the criteria for their performance have been partially adopted by the Vasari assessments, the requirements for effective implementation of which have been significantly liberalized. The aim of the study, of this observation, was to determine the effectiveness of the representation of countries participating in the Olympic Games 2020 and the World Championship 2021, and the types of fighting resolving in the regular fighting time and during overtime in the group of women and men. On the collected audio-video material, the evaluation of the effectiveness of technical elements and judging decision made by referees conducting the meetings and assessing the direct competition was made. 1,121 judo fights during the World Championship and the Olympic Games in judo were analyzed. During the World Championship, which took place in Budapest, 625 fights were played, 383 competitors, men competitors, and 278 women competitors from 180 countries took part in the competition. 201 men competitors and 192 women contestants participate in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. There were 426 fights. The World Championship in 2021 was one of the last qualifying rounds for the above mentioned games. Both players, both competitors compete according to the sport regulation defined by the International Judo Federation. Judo fights were recorded using standard audio-video means, and then the registration of the activities performed and the technical elements used were marked. The study assumes the assessment of the effectiveness of players appearing individually in individual weight categories and national representation according to the principle. First place gold medal, 9 points. Second place silver medal, 5 points. Third place bronze medal, 3 points. And fifth place, 1 point. The sum of the point scores individually allowed for the determination of the most effective representation. A comparison was made of the result obtained both in the Olympic Games and World Championship in the group of men and women. Also during fight ended with the time 4 minutes or completed in additional time. By assessing the effectiveness of the national team participating in the Olympic Games and the World Championship analyzed, we can state that the Japanese national team is dominated by both players. In the next place in the group of women were the representatives of France, and in the competition of representatives of Georgia. The group of players was dominated by such representation as Georgia, Korea, Russia, the Czech Republic, while success in women's competition were mainly achieved by the teams of France, Kosovo, Canada, Slovenia. During the analyzed competitors, a clear dominance of Japanese players and female players was found. The dominant score in the assessment of effectively used techniques in the regulation time of the fight was the Ippon score, which, however, didn't prevail it the additional time of the fight. The Japanese team dominated the other teams in the individual competition in the group of women and men, as I said before. During the 2020 Olympics and 2021 World Championship, men won fewer fights than women in 4 minutes. In both tournaments, women won more fights by Ippon than men, and the men won the fights in extra time by judging Vasari and Ippon. Women at the Olympic Games in extra time expressed more fights by Ippon and Vasari, and at the World Championship by Hansa Kumaker, disqualification, and Ippon. This is only a small part of our observation based on the observation of the competition graphic recording of the judo fight. We try to determine the effectiveness of the techniques, technical and tactical effectiveness in each weight category, in both group of men and of women. And this also allows us to determine the individual profile of technical and tactical preparation of judo players. But today in our presentation, we try to concentrate only on the time of fight and the most effectiveness representatives during the Olympic Games and during the World Championship. Thank you for your attention.
Very interesting presentation. Yes, we have a question.
Hi. What do you think about the new rules and judo rules? What's your position? It's good or not good for the judo?
My position, yes?
Yeah, your position. What do you think about?
I think now I'm a teacher, and I'm a teacher in Department of Martial Arts, and I was a competitor. I have a lot of achievements. For example, I'm Polish championship and a lot of medal during the international tournament. And for me, my best moment is when I studied in the academy in Gdańsk University, because I had and I have still opportunity to meet my best teacher, Marek Adam. As I said, he was one of students, professor.
Hello. Just a second. Beata, I ask you about the changes in the judo rules.
Yes, the changes is okay. Thank you. The changes is very dynamic. So it is important for us to observe our dynamic situation in the competitors. We can see that the overtime in the fight is more demanding for a lot of competitors, because there is no limit in this part of fight. But I was a competitor when during the time when the assessment were like Ippon, Vasari, Yuko Koka, and my heart is for these rules. But now, so this is decision International Judo Federation, and we will try to prepare our competitors, our students, the best for competitors during the regulation like this. So that's all.
Yes, we have one more question.
Yes.
Why Japanese dominate on judo competition, and when that start?
Why? Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Why Japanese dominate in the judo competition?
I think there is a lot of factors. The first, I think, it is the structure of the training, of the education, and traditional also, because we know that judo is a big part of their culture. And I think the most important for this situation is their way way for education, and that's all. They have a lot of sport hall. The judo is one of subject in primary school, and so I think there are the most important factors for them.
Thank you for answer. In
Thank
my
you.
opinion, I was an international referee. They start dominate when change the rules. New
Also,
rules,
yes,
absolutely Japanese rules.
I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Our next presenter is Yoneyama Takafumi from Japan. Okay, and his presentation is about acceptance and process of forming the Sambo organization in Japan.
Hi, can you see this slide?
Hello, we can see your presentation. Yeah, you may start.
Okay, nice to meet you. My name is Yoneyama Takafumi from Japan. I'm Master of Physical Education and now teaching Japanese here, Russia, Moscow City University. About research, my research is historical survey. Until now, it was not clear how Sambo was accepted by Japan and how it was organized. The history of Sambo's acceptance in Japan was deeply involved in the Japan Amateur Wrestling Association and the All Japan Judo Federation. Why? And let's see the process. This is the process of the forming some organization, roughly, but it's a picture. You can see that initially only Japan Amateur Wrestling Association worked to organize to Sambo. Finally, All Japan Judo Federation joined to participate to Sambo organization. But why Judo Federation not worked at that time, and why reconstructed this association to federation? It was the question. The reason why Judo joined to the Sambo Federation is deeply concerned with how Japanese understood Sambo. Let's see how, the history from the beginning. 1957, Japan's first official contact with Sambo. Sambo video was taken by the Japan Amateur Wrestling Association, which participated in the World Youth Sports Friendship Tournament at the Dynamo Club in Moscow. And I want to say this, this is not the first time that Sambo has been mentioned in Japan. Existence of Sambo has been mentioned for some time, of course. And 1957 was the first time Japanese officially saw Sambo. 1963, Japan-Soviet wrestling match and judo friendship tournament was held. The All-Union Wrestling Federation sent 8 wrestlers and 4 Sambo wrestlers to Japan. At first, they planned to hold only a wrestling match, but since there were 4 Sambo players, so decided to hold a judo match as well. In this judo tournament, Japan's record was a close win with 8 wins, 7 losses, and 1 draw. This result shocked the Japanese judo world, and from that time on, Soviet judo came to called as Sambo judo. And the impact that Sambo judo gave was called Sambo hurricane. Next, September 1965, Japan Sambo Association was founded. The organization was composed of the staff of the Amateur Wrestling Association. So it means the Japan Sambo Association was like a child of a wrestling federation. It's the same as Japan Amateur Wrestling Association and Sambo Association because all participants were from Amateur Wrestling Association. July 1966, the first official Sambo tournament in Japan was held. Of the 84 athletes, 38 had judo experience and 46 from wrestling. And judoka won in 5 of the 8 classes. So from around this time became think that judo might be stronger than wrestling in Sambo. November 1966, the first Soviet expedition of the Japanese Sambo Association. Association sent 5 athletes. Of the 5 players, 3 were wrestlers and 2 were judoka. June 1972, the Japan Sambo Federation was established after the dissolution of the Sambo Association. They destroyed Sambo Association to make a restart with help of Judo World. Officers of this federation, 50% from wrestling, 50% from judo. So at this moment, already they understand in the Sambo, judo more powerful than wrestling. July 1972, the 4th All Japan Sambo Championship was held. The first championship by the Japan Sambo Federation. The number of wrestling athletes has decreased. And this was the first championship after Sambo Federation and invited foreign guests. Nikolai Kochitsky was won in the 62 classes. Conclusion. At first, the Japan Amateur Wrestling Association was mainly engaged in activities related to Sambo. As the understanding of Sambo progressed, the importance of judo increased, and All Japan Judo Federation also participated to Sambo organization. Maybe it's not concerned to this presentation, but in the process of research about Sambo, I found this article. Maybe this is the first article mentioned about Oshepkov. Here written Vasily Oshepkov. And also here written Spiridonov also. This is the report about judo in the foreign country. Here written that Oshepkov teaching judo and Spiridonov too. It was published in 1932. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for very interesting historical observation, a lot of interesting facts. Do we have any questions? Okay. No questions, but we were amazed by all this information that you got from somewhere. It was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a question. Just wait a bit.
Hello there. Thank you for your report. Can you say how many, maybe you have this information, I don't know, it's interesting, how many people are engaged in Sambo in Japan? Is it growing in popularity with the Japanese people? Thank you. Do you understand my question?
Yes, maybe. It's now how many, right?
Yes, yes.
I don't know, maybe increasing, but not so much, I feel, because we have judo. So usually who play Sambo, it's who play judo, not first place. So, sorry, because yes, we have judo, so not many people play sambo. If I say only sambo player who played only sambo, it's difficult to find, because who play sambo in Japan already usually train in judo.
Okay. Yoneyama-san, arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you. Okay, we have another question.
What's your specialty? Do you practice judo, sambo?
I have black belt of judo, but you know, Japanese judo's black belt not so worse as yours. I'm not trained as you, but I have, and now I train jujutsu. It's my hobby. Yes. Maybe I here in Russia, I should play sambo, of course. If I can find somewhere to play, I want to play sambo because I research sambo. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next presenter is Alisa Yurgelianis, I'm sorry, from Russia, with the topic of fitness samba program in online format.
Good afternoon. You hear me? Good afternoon.
We can hear
me.
you. Yep.
Grateful. You see the presentation?
You can start.
Yeah, okay. I welcome all participants of the conference. I'm Alisa Yurgelianis, and we will talk about fitness samba program in online format. During the first wave of pandemic caused by the new coronavirus infection, COVID-19, samba underwent great difficulties due to the inability to train athletes remotely. And general people suffered too, as they lost the opportunity to lead an active lifestyle due to the closure of parks and fitness centers. The typicality of the research is to create such an online samba program, which can solve the problems of physical and technical training of samba athletes, as well as the tasks of health improvement, shape correction, and training of samba techniques, and its promotion among the general population. The aim of the work is to create an online samba program that will meet the needs of athletes and consumers of fitness services. Research methods you can see on the slide. The exercises were based on 9 samba throws and some general preparatory exercises, lunges, squats, jumps, and work with the weight. Special preparatory and general preparatory exercises were combined to form samba exercises. A fitness samba exercises is a complex of motor acts that combines special and general preparatory elements for studying one samba technique and developing the physical qualities necessary for this technique. Fitness samba exercises can include samba techniques, which they are preparatory. The exercises are arranged in the form of spiral by Chumakov as follows. The program is a circle interval training of 3 rounds. In each round, there are 9 fitness samba exercises. Each fitness samba exercises were performed for 10 seconds to prevent lactate release and overload of the cardiovascular system for untraining people. With each round, the exercises of fitness samba become more complicated in technical, physical, and coordination terms. A fragment of the program is shown on the slide. The program was recorded on the video with the music overplay. The video lasted about 5 minutes. In the video format, the fitness samba program was offered to samba athletes and consumers of fitness services, who, after the training, were survived to assess their emotional state, as well as a degree of physical activity tolerance. let's start watching the video. It's the first fragment of the Samba fitness video performed to athletes and consumers of fitness services. Так, 1 second, sorry.
Okay.
Так. И что у нас там? Так. Так. Sorry for stop the video.
Okay.
Okay. I continue. As a result, 24 people were interviewed, 42% of whom are athletes and 21% are women. The age of the respondents varies from 13 to 30 years. According to the results as of the questionnaire, the emotional state of the participants after training is higher than before it. This means the test subjects like this program. The rating of perceived exertion, RPE, is a degree of physical activity tolerance, was measured by the Borg rating scale. The Borg's rating consider the subjective estimation of the complexity of the program and the degree of power of the functional system. The test subject's RPE is 4.5 points, what is called difficult. On the Borg rating, test subjects found it a little difficult to speak during the workout due to shortness of breath. They felt the muscular work of their body and sweat to a small extent because of the work. Athletes had 4 points, which is called fairly light, meaning deep breathing, a little effort when performing exercises, and a slight feeling of muscle work. 1% of respondents stopped the video due to the fatigue, and 63% because of the coordination complexity of the exercises. The most popular exercises and exercises that caused strong negative emotion were not found. There was no correlation between favorite techniques with age, gender, sports, qualification, which indicated individuality of the choice. The correlation was calculated by a tetrahoric correlation coefficient. We put 9 takedowns into 2 groups, leg throws and outstanding throws. Men and women, athletes and no athletes, teenager and adults point out their favorite exercises of the suggested group. We checked reliability, one of the 2 allegations by the coefficients. The test subjects like more leg throws or outstanding throws. The correlation was not found. So we get such conclusions like, this program was liked by athletes and consumers of fitness services. This interval circle training has a moderate level of power with a fairly optimal pace at which the test subjects stay in aerobic mode of work, which increase the endurance and tone of their body, strengthen the cardiovascular system, and with longer loads will contribute to weight correction. For athletes, it is necessary to adjust the fitness sample program since their level of physical activity tolerance is much higher than that of people who do not engage in sport. For consumers of fitness services, it makes sense to split fitness Samba exercises into simpler ones or add accompanying explanation of the technique to the program, since most stop the video and revised the exercises. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. We had a question. If you bring back your presentation and it's a slide before the conclusion, we had a question. We didn't understand a couple of things there.
Секундочку. You see that?
No.
No, one second.
Before this one. Before this slide. Yeah, so here in your table, it says like leg throws and like outstanding throws. We don't understand what it means.
Okay. It means that we...
Is it a term? Is it the name of a technical element that we don't understand? Or...
In the Samba techniques, we can see three groups of techniques: leg throws, hand throws, and body throws. One group of technique, yes, in exercises which I chose, was leg throws, and was outstanding throws. It's hand throws and body throws, and I called it outstanding throws, to be correct.
It's your definition.
Yes,
outstanding throw, it's your definition. So you
outstanding throws, yes, it's my
definition. Well, if you created something, you need to explain for listeners what it means, right? And probably you should correct to similar to leg throws. So it's something that's similar to leg throws, but it is not actually leg throws.
I take this named in some explanation for judges, Samba judges. So, okay, in the future, I will try to know the real names of these rules. Thank you.
Very much. Do we have any other questions? No, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have presenters that did not present and would love to have a presentation? Because I don't have any other names on my list. Okay, so we didn't leave anybody behind.
No, good afternoon.
Oh, sorry, we have another person, Zakharova Yelizaveta.
Yes, I'm
Yelizaveta. Zakharova Yelizaveta from Russia.
Yes, yes.
Great, so please start your presentation.
Good afternoon, can you see my presentation?
Presentation.
Can you see?
We can see.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to present you my topic, the differences in the indicators of application of varieties of actions in competitive fights among pentathletes and EP fences. Technical and tactical training in fencing for pentathletes is based on methods developed in sports fencing. And it's necessary to pay attention to the specifics of the associated effects on the body of athletes of specialized loads in swimming, running with shooting, and horseback riding. The purpose of the research is to evaluate the specifics of fencing fights among qualified athletes in pentathlon and compare them with the performance of EP fences. In this research, the following objects of competitive activity of athletes were recorded: attacks, defenses with a response,
counterattacks, counter defenses with a counter response, and remises. During the analysis of the indicators of the use of actions in fencing bouts, the following meteorological parameters were calculated: the volume and the effectiveness of types of actions. Researches were carried out among 10 qualified.
Wait a minute. Could you click on the button so we can see other slides, because we have only one slide on the screen with the topic of the research.
Give me please 1 minute.
Please.
I'll try to do this. Can you see now?
First slide. Yes, now we can see it. So please click on the button and show us your slides. Thank you.
So researches were carried out among 10 qualified pentathletes and 10 qualified fencers with more than 10 years of sports experience. During the research, more than 600 fencing fights and competitions were recorded and analyzed. A comparison of the indicators of the main types of actions in competitive bouts allowed us to find that the athletes in modern pentathlon and fencers have different indicators of the use of attacks and counteractions to attacks. For pentathletes, a defensive model of combat is common, and they use less attacks than fencers. Sorry, it will be this slide. Modern pentathlon is such a kind of sport that takes a lot of energy from athletes. Every attempt to attack has a risk of getting a touch due to a simultaneous attack or counterattack, and with the risk of losing the fight. So pentathletes use defense with a response more often than fencers. Counterattacks are used in the same proportions. Pentathletes have less successful attacks than fencers. More than half of fencers' attacks are effective. Pentathletes have very low effectiveness of attacks. Fencers make responses and are counterattacking more effective than pentathletes. Every second pentathlete's response is effective, and counterattacks reach the goal about 45% of cases. Repeated touches are extremely rare in bouts among fencers and pentathletes, so specialists do not pay attention to these touches. In conclusion, I'd like to say that low effectiveness of indications of all types of actions of pentathletes are a consequence of the conditions in bouts. In AP fencing, when both fencers make simultaneous touches, touches are awarded to both athletes. This makes this type of attacks effective. In modern pentathlon, these touches do not count, therefore actions have no effect. So when comparing these indicators, we should pay attention to the specifics of fencing in modern pentathlon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, thank you very much. So it was our last but not the least. Oh, we have a question. Sorry, yeah, Liz, we have a question.
It's a comment. So since it's a conference in English, your presentation should be in English, because people don't understand. Пятиборцы, it's not understandable what you are speaking about. Because your slides, your presentation demonstrates your story, but we don't understand. We understand because we are Russians, but people from other countries would never understand what is on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I heard your addition to Presnov Nikita. He had the same situation with his presentation, and I'll change my presentation in future. Thank you.
In May, we're waiting with another presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it was our last but not the least presenter. Thank you very much for interesting, knowledgeable, informative presentations. We are going to take 10 minutes to discuss what we have heard and define a couple of best, the most interesting, the most informative, with the best content, good presentations, and good fluent answering the question topics. And we're going to be back in 10 minutes with a short announcement and a closing part of such conference. But again, thank you very much. It was very fruitful and informative day today. So we will be back in 10 minutes. Right, so, okay, hello again. Hello again, it was a short discussion, but we all agreed. We defined 5 presenters, and the jury thinks that they had best contact, presentations, and they were fluent answering questions. So they're very fluent in their areas of research. And these people are Babic Mate from Croatia, Juan Corel Perez from Spain, Lakichevich Nemanja from Italy, Lapaeva Anastasia from Russia, and Roberta Roklitzer from Serbia. That's right? Yes. Okay, so our congratulations. These people were the best today, and we can send them diplomas a bit later. And we hope to see all of you again next year. Thank you very much. We're actually having a conference in May, and you're going to get informational letters and all requirements, and you're welcome again to Moscow. We hope that we can see you actually in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you.